Hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I'm glad everything worked because I forgot to check some things before stream. Hello, great to see you all. Silver, thank you so much for 28 months of support. Have I been affiliate that long? That seems like an error. It's going to happen eventually, no pressure. It's going to happen tonight. This is it. This is the stream. I'm determined. I don't know if that's a realistic expectation, but I'm feeling good about it. Oh no, they just told you that Bruce found a body in South Beach. That's not good. 6-7. Thank you so much for 26 months of support. I promise not to bully you when you don't finish. I'll just save time and bully you now. Okay, that's fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for 26 months of support. Drawn on, great to see you. They Might Be Giants was great. We enjoyed the show very much. We got some very nice t-shirts that I'm excited to wear. And that's it. It was great. And thank you. It's good to see you. We did stream the game's opening title screen, I think on the first stream. I usually don't show that on stream because it automatically goes into the intro scene. During the time it takes for my 10-minute countdown to happen. So I usually try to find a somewhere that's got some music. I kind of forgot to do that this time. I think I was just too excited, honestly. Culinary Disaster, great to see you. Puzzle, great to see you as well. Valis, time to suplex this island. I'm going to do my best. Mac, great to see you. Silver says, should be 28 months as I sub to you as soon as you hit affiliate. Yes, I was joking. But yeah, it's just kind of weird to think that it's been so long. It doesn't feel like it's been over 2 years. And let's see, I was streaming I don't know, I feel like maybe 6 months before that. Choose to believe. Thank you, Val. Necrotoaster, hello, good to see you. I'm here and hoping for a W. Same. Thank you. Fuck up that island. I will do my best. Good to see you, Unsecretcrush. It's been so long. Dronon says, I want to apologize if I got too pushy towards the end of last week's stream. You look so worn out and sad, and once you had the numbers in the right order, I wanted to get you where you needed to be before you second guess yourself and abandon your hard thought process. No worries at all. I was definitely a little sad and discouraged. I was determined to get to where we got to, so I appreciate your help in getting there. I'm so excited to continue where we left off. And I appreciate, again, Dronon, Culinary Disaster, Mizray. I appreciate you all collaborating on the hints you gave me. Time is fake. Yes, it is. So, last week was a very exciting stream. We finally opened the jewel box that you can see in the corner here that is found in Marie's little hidden cache behind the fish tank. And of course, naturally, there is another puzzle inside. Also, I didn't bother to save after that. I figured we would just start over this week and do a new playthrough. So hopefully I can remember what the numbers were. At the very least, I remember how to correctly read the riddle now, so I can figure out the numbers again if needed. Let's see. So we opened up, basically, we had this riddle from the pirate book, which is from the bookcase here. It's kind of wild how much important stuff is in this room.
Hello.
I mean, it makes sense. It's fascinating how many things are in here that took so long for me to notice and let alone understand. Derek Ironbutt, hello. Thank you for the hello. I'll only be paying 50% attention for the first part of the stream. I'm currently editing an elementary video for the music teacher's requirement with all the kids singing. Third graders really brought their game. The kindergartners and first graders, on the other hand. That's great. I hope you enjoyed doing that, and great to have you here regardless. So I'm trying to find this riddle. I know I have it written down somewhere. Oh, there's an important piece of paper. Okay, so the riddle from the pirate book, it's kind of mixed in with a bunch of other pirate riddles, so it's not, this doesn't quite stand out, but the second time we looked through the book, it was like really apparent how this particular riddle, referenced some very specific things on Maupiti Island. So it says, with the map upside down from the north to the south by the pier, the monkey and the pirates in the cave on the wet Death's Head. Add the numbers without going backwards. Then follow the directions of the zodiacs as it is written. And like, I felt pretty good that this was... I was pretty sure we needed to enter some sort of code on either the medallion or the jewelry box, and like it seemed like this must somehow be giving us this code. Like the pirate book had lots of references to like taking a riddle and like looking at it in a different way to give you like some instructions. And it took a very long time to get there, but eventually we took this map. I made a fresh map of the island. We turned it upside down, and I read this, and I'm like, from the north to the south by the pier, the monkey and the pirates in the cave on the wet Death's Head. Add the numbers without going backwards. So we start at north, we go south, and then we go to all these other things in order. And that was so close, but not quite right. And then we determined that these locations all matched up with the symbols around the pirate engraving in the cave below Maggie's room. So that gave us, a number to go with each location, and then eventually we figured out the correct order for the numbers. I get what they were saying now, and I do kind of appreciate that, they weren't overly obvious about what is the correct order, but like, they say from the north to the south, like that's telling you the order, the rough order to do things in. Like you want to start at the north and then go to the south. But like also you need to do all these other things in order. You need to put the numbers in that order. You don't go directly from north to south. So it's definitely like it takes some thinking and for me at least a lot of prodding to finally get the correct order. But let's see, we had, this one's highlighted. Is that the right one? It could be. So we have north is 4 and south is 2. So yeah, I think this must be right. So 1 would be the pier. Yeah. Okay. So it's got to be 413572. I think that's correct. Wet Death's Head, the pond. No, the well. 7. Yeah. Okay. That looks right. And then add the numbers without going backwards. If I remember correctly, like a thing I kept trying was to like, count 4, for example, and then, continue on counting pegs from left to right. I believe it ended up being left to right. We tried lots of different things, but I think that was what it ended up being. So anyways, let's restart the game here, I think, and then we will... I'm actually kind of curious what happens if we enter the code before you could realistically figure it out in the timeline. but I feel like it makes sense to start a fresh game, so we'll just see what happens. Certainly we're at the very end of the timeline here, so this isn't going to do us any good. It's important to practice self-care while playing Maupiti Island. Have you got a stress ball or a nearby section of empty wall and a throw pillow? I do have a pillow. Okay, so let's go to the pond. We can get an ending from either the pond or the well. There we go. Add one to the count. Let's see, what are we up to in deaths here? 111, so that's 112. Honestly, I have no idea how many people have finished this on their own. The devs published solutions in a couple of French magazines back in the day. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, it really doesn't seem like a game you would finish on your own. Like, I almost wonder if anyone has ever figured it out. I feel like if I had endless time and patience, like I might have eventually figured out the puzzle last week, but there are just so many variables and potential different ways to like interpret various things. Like, you know, I spent a lot of time entering the code on the medallion, but it ended up being for the jewel box. I'm sure we're going to have a code to enter on the medallion as well. So, like, you know, it wasn't unreasonable to try that. And I don't think there was really anything obvious to make it clear which this was for. I will say, like, at one point I had the idea that, like, it would make sense to open the jewel box first. Though at the time I was thinking that would get us the other medallion. If I remember correctly, the jewel box is actually empty. So yeah, there's just like so many little things that like you don't get any feedback from the game when you've done it wrong, which in some ways like I kind of appreciate. Like I was saying, I think I brought this up last week, like I kind of love that you don't get any like positive confirmation that pressing in a specific spot on an inventory item is actually useful. Like the UI lets you do it, right? So to me that was enough to give me confidence that it was eventually going to be important, probably just for, you know, one or two specific puzzles. And just like it's tricky because like if you do too much stuff like that, it can get very frustrating and become too difficult. But to some degree, I kind of appreciate that like uncertainty, because it makes it super satisfying when you finally figure it out. Okay, so no, we're not going to do that. We're starting from the beginning. So let's see. I think I have a guide that I was making for myself here. I don't think we'll worry about that too much, but I might go ahead and do some of these things at least. Oh, also another exciting thing is that I have now fully set up for streaming an Amiga emulator, so we can check out the Amiga version of the game once we finish this one. Also, every time I do any testing in that, I notice new little things that are unique to the Amiga version, so I'm so excited to check it all out. In particular, on this scene, there's a little mouse that runs across here. It's very cute. Also, the ambient sounds are very nice. The music is very different and sounds really fantastic. Okay, so let's go out to the pier. And at 10:15, we can get in Bruce's cabin, according to my notes. So in here, we're going to... I guess I'll look at the log real quick. Well, no, maybe I'll skip stuff where I'm not sure if it's really important. We do want to grab the binoculars. I don't know if the handkerchief and or bra is important to notice or take. The handkerchief maybe because it's Marie's. Like, it seems like the bra belongs to Maggie, so that's probably not important. So we want to take that so we can look at the monkey statue. Again, I don't really know what happens if we like take our knowledge from previous playthroughs and, you know, apply that knowledge in a different playthrough. I don't know if the game like is gonna you know, some games will just kind of not worry about it because it's a video game. Other games will kind of call you out, whether that's either like in a joking way or in a more serious way, as though you're cheating, even though I wouldn't call it cheating. Let's take this handkerchief. Where is it? Down here? It's moving. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, it's right there. Why am I missing it? Did I click the wrong verb? Okay, there we go. Okay, and now we'll head over to Maggie's. And here we're going to attempt to open Lucy's door. And then look at the amulet. I don't know if that's important, but we'll do it. And okay, so we can go into Nita's room, maybe. We'll see if this is a good time for it. I don't actually have a time written down for when I did this before. Okay, so it's 10:50. And we'll take this key. Is this the right side? There's a newspaper in one of these sides here that we want to look at. That's not it. There it is. One game in which I really struggled to understand, just didn't get most of the mystery, was 1992's Laura Bow 2. Interesting. I think that on your first playthrough, it's extremely common to miss a lot, at least if you're not using some sort of guide. I feel like that's the same kind of experience with the first Laura Bow game as well. Like I kind of love both of those games. More so the first one. Like I feel like the tone and art style of the first game just appeal to me a lot more. But they're both fun games. And I feel like they're both kind of designed so that you're gonna miss a lot the first time through. But then on the second playthrough, you have a lot of knowledge to help you find a lot of the stuff you missed. Promise I won't immediately start gushing about Colonel's Request now. Feel free. Okay, that's everything we need here. And then we're going to go into Marie's room. We got a lot to do in Marie's room. We're going to look at this brooch. I'm going to find the pajamas with cigarette holes in them. When we raise this board. search under there. I don't think there's anything we really need to grab in here. Some of the stuff is just like assuming that it gets us some amount of percentage points. And again, I'm not going to worry about doing all this stuff, but I figure for this first bit here, we might as well do the stuff that seems important. We'll turn this. I'm also going to notice this bracelet under here that I think we confirmed belonged to Anita. Okay, and here's our jewel box with the inscription, twins and indivisible. So let's go ahead and try to enter this code here. So our code is 413572. Actually, just in case the game is going to call me out for cheating here, let's do a save. I'll be a little bit upset if it does, but also wouldn't be surprised. Okay. So I think this is the way I did it when it worked. So this is going to be 4, and then we go 1. So we're adding. We're constantly adding. And then 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 7, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 2. There it is. Open sesame. "32-bit kid, hello. I miss you. Come in. I hope you are doing well. It's good to see you. Me at the end of Amon-Ra. Wait, was I supposed to be writing all this stuff down? I didn't know there was going to be a quiz." My favorite, well, I don't want to be too spoilery, but I feel like it's pretty typical to get to that end of that game and not know anything at all about a certain character that gets mentioned at the end. I'm thankful Crimson Diamond isn't releasing this month too, because then I'd be super hard pressed with all the good releases. Speaking of which, I was just watching Julia's stream. Let me give Julia a shout out since we're talking about those games. Julia Minamata is working on a game called The Crimson Diamond that is very much inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. She does streams that are wonderful. She does game dev stuff, usually some art, followed by an EGA game. Very excited about the Crimson Diamond. There's going to be some sort of IGN event on June 6th where a new trailer will be debuting along with a release date announcement. So that's very exciting. Okay. So we have the case open, and we finally have some zodiac signs. So I don't think I ever read it today, but the end of that riddle from the pirate book, which we currently can't get at, is then follow the directions of the zodiacs as it is written. So here we have a bunch of zodiac symbols. Let's see, I actually have the like Unicode zodiac symbols in my notes. Also, I'm going to say this right now. I know I've been more willing to accept hints at certain times of this game, but anytime I get to something new, I definitely want some time to like try to work things out on my own before y'all start suggesting things that you've thought of. Just want to be clear about that up front. So I will let you know if I'm looking for other people's input at any point, especially as we get close to the end here, and knowing that, like, according to Dronon, at least, we've got the most difficult puzzles in the game behind us now. I definitely want to try to puzzle out the rest of this on my own. So I think this first one is Venus. Let's see. I need something to write on. Oops. Also need to throw my notebook on the floor, apparently. Okay. So, jewel box. And I guess I'll go ahead and draw these. So we've got like a V-shaped one. Also, like, what are we looking at here? Like, it looks like these are raised metal things almost, like gold. Like there's shadows that are make them look like they're, you know, not just like printed on. They're like actual objects or something. This one is weird to me. I don't really recognize that one offhand. Let's see. Is that Pisces? At first I was like, is that Gemini? But I don't think that's right. Oh, there's the 2 Gemini? Also, like, I'm asking rhetorically. I don't want answers. I'm just trying to remember myself. It's clearly 69. Yes. Hello, Kyle and Eric. Good to see you. Hello, Mizray. Good to see you as well. Okay, I'm going to continue drawing these. Then we have, I want to say this is Taurus. It looks kind of like a bull. And I think this one is Gemini. You'd think I ought to know that one, but I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about zodiac symbols. And then that one I really have no idea. But I think we have Venus here. And then this like worm looking guy, I really have no idea. I think it might be good to like I have, like I said, I have the Unicode symbols of all of them on a note on my computer here. And it might help if I try to pair up the other ones to just kind of narrow down the options. I would like to try to like work through this without just looking them up. For some reason I feel like this is Pisces, but I won't be surprised if that's totally wrong. I feel pretty good about this being Taurus, and I feel pretty good about this being Gemini. And then this one, I don't know. So we have Aries. Let's write down the ones we haven't matched up with anything yet. We have Aries, Taurus, which I think is that one, Gemini, Cancer. I don't know which one of these would be Cancer. Like, Cancer is a crab. Leo. Got nothing. Virgo. Yeah, I might have to end up looking these up. Libra. Scorpio. Jeez. I thought this would be easier. I definitely didn't think it through. Sagittarius. But I would have thought that if I had a list of all the zodiacs and then all these symbols in front of me, that I could probably pair up most of them. But I'm definitely wrong. Capricorn. Aquarius. There's one that's like just 2 zigzags, like waves. I'm wondering if that's maybe Aquarius. And then Pisces, which I think is the 69. Bad at remembering zodiac symbols are except my own. Arrow for Sagittarius. Spoilers! Okay, that's fine though. You're allowed. That does make sense. Like I feel like a lot of these have a way in which they make sense. Wait. Oh, okay. In the Unicode symbol, Taurus is drawn very differently. It's just like a circle with a horn-shaped thing. It's just very different proportions between the head and the horns. Again, I assume that's Taurus. Venus is also very different. It's more curly. Whereas here we have a pretty straight V. So let's try to like think through logically. There's two M1s. There's this one. And then there's another M1 that's like, it's basically just an M with a little arrow on it. And I have no idea what either of those would be. Didn't see a Sagittarius sign on the box, so I thought it was okay for me to mention it. Sure. But that's also narrowing down the possibilities. Venus is not as... Shit. Virgo. Virgo is what I was thinking of. I probably would have figured that out eventually. I discovered a fun hack for knowing what a zodiac symbol is. On my iPad, type the name and the emoji symbol pops up. Nice. That is handy. Mizrai and Puzzle also Sagittarius is. Sagittarii? Maybe. I don't know what's plural. Sagittarians? Perhaps. Do you want any kind of indication if you're identifying them correctly or incorrectly? I would say let's give me an opportunity to think this through further. And then we'll start collaborating on it. So let me draw some of these other symbols that we have here. So we have like two arcs with a line between them. And I don't know what that is. I'm just trying to like look through these. Aries, Cancer, Leo, Libra, Scorpio, Capricorn. I feel like if I had to pick one, I'd call it Capricorn. So I'm gonna put it under Capricorn here. We've got kind of an N-shaped thing. Hopefully y'all can see these. So it's kind of like, it's a little bit like an N, but then it just like, whoever was drawing it just went wild at the end. So it's got a weird squiggly. I have no idea what that could be either. So we have Aries, Cancer, Leo, Libra, Scorpio. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. We figured out the arrow is Sagittarius. This M with the tail is still a question mark. We have this one that's, it's like two lines, but one of them's got a bump on it. Aries, Cancer, Leo, Libra, Scorpio. Yeah, I really don't know. I feel like I might be stumped on the rest of these. We've got the squiggle, circle with a squiggle on it, which is in the case here that I cannot identify. I would have thought that like some of these would make more sense. All right. Y'all can start throwing out your info. If I guess I would say like Like, don't go looking things up, or if you like, you absolutely know what all of them are, maybe hold back for now. But feel free to share your zodiac knowledge. I'm not too worried about it. It's just like, if someone is just going to list them all out, that's a little less fun than trying to puzzle this out together, right? V for Virgo is a classic. I hope I'm right. Taurus is the zodiacal sign of bagels and donuts. Bet they made plenty of sense to the ancient Greeks. Yeah, I suppose so. I think the V one looks like a ram. Yeah, maybe only one of the symbols labeled correctly. That's great. I love that. So, am I wrong about Gemini? I wouldn't be surprised if I am. The little M arrow looks like a stinger. Oh, so Scorpio, you think? 2 actually? I am wrong. Okay. So then the one I thought might be Pisces is Gemini, I assume. I mean, that's the only other one. Like, I saw that and I was like, that would make sense for Gemini, but like, I didn't think it was. Oh, that one is right? Oh, okay. Okay. That's 2 that are correct in the box. Oh, okay. So I had Pisces and Gemini correct then? Sorry. I sometimes forget what I just said. Wait, the 69 is Gemini? Oh, we have some disagreement. Okay. Fish love to 69. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So we're all in agreement that the 2 is Gemini and the 69 fish are Pisces. Okay. So you're telling me I have Taurus wrong then? What else could that be? Like, it looks so much like especially in this version, but even this version, it looks like horns on an animal's head.
I cannot type fast enough. Nobody said Taurus was wrong.
Oh, okay. You told me I only had 2 right though in the box.
You had 2 of these.
Uh-huh.
You had 2 right. Gemini is one of them.
Yeah.
And Taurus is one of them.
Oh, so Pisces is wrong?
Pisces is wrong. That is not Pisces.
Oh, shit. Okay. Do you know all of them?
Only because I did that iOS hack.
Oh, okay.
Also, Culinary tried to give you a subtle clue, but I think it might have been too subtle.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you don't know what animal is associated with...
Oh, about the stinger?
No.
Or was that someone else?
There was a different one that has an animal associated with it. But
Okay.
if you don't know what that animal is, that clue won't help you.
Leo's a lion, right?
That was pretty obvious, yeah.
But none of these look like a lion to me.
I don't have my iPhone on hand right now, so I can't remember if Leo is one of the ones in the box. It might be.
Okay.
They're not all
Aries.
representative. Some of them are pretty abstract.
Yeah, clearly. Okay. Should we give Wordle clues on this? I don't know what that means in this context,
Yeah,
but feel free.
I'm not sure how that would work.
Like, I'm all for making this challenging for me. And
it's actually no. Wordle would be like so Taurus and Gemini. Those are green because you have them right.
Oh, okay.
So this one would be.
Are there 5 walls? Derek Ironbutt says you broke the 5th wall. Also, I don't think I said this out loud. The stomping as Unsecretcrush ran down the hallway was incredible. I kind of thought maybe something was on fire or like...
I had to prevent you from crossing out...
From embarrassing myself further?
I didn't want you to cross out one that you had
Okay, got it.
Because nobody said that one was wrong.
Got it.
And I knew if I just typed it, by the time you actually saw it, you wouldn't... You'd have labeled it something else and it would all be messed up.
Got it. The one that looks like a ram. Is that not Taurus? Fascinating what random pieces of occultism people have opinions about. Hello, 6-7. Good to see you. I mean, if you go down the wrong trail, we could possibly not finish tonight. I mean, that's okay.
Like, I'm
That's
standing
okay.
here. I'm standing here thinking of some clues,
Uh-huh.
but I'm hesitant to give them because I've already forgotten if I'm right about what some of these symbols are.
Okay.
I confidently know what this one is.
So, okay, let's think about 69. What could that be? Like, I really thought it was fish. Like, Pisces is fish, right?
It is similar in that both could be found in the same place, geographically. Zoologically? I'm not sure what the right word is here.
Is it Scorpio?
Say you're at the beach.
Well, the Scorpion would be in the desert.
Correct.
Cancer. It's Cancer?
Yeah.
69 is Cancer.
They're little crab claws.
Okay. I don't know that I agree with that, but okay.
Take it up with the Greeks.
Yeah, I will. Okay. So that one's crossed out now. And wait, is Virgo incorrect?
Virgo is
the V is not for Virgo?
V is not for Virgo.
I was so sure.
I can't remember what the Virgo sign is, so I don't remember if Virgo is any of these. But it's not V.
Is it? So my next two best hunches are Aries or maybe Libra.
Okay.
Venus.
Okay, I think that's all of the help I can give you in real time, so
okay.
I will resume my post.
Mizra says Wordle clues: gray not used in the puzzle, yellow in the puzzle but in the wrong place, green in the puzzle and in the right spot. Right. Got it. Yeah, feel free. It's obviously V for vulture. I don't think one of these is a vulture, is it? Aries is an animal that I can't. That is an animal. Like there is an animal. Well, there's an animal associated with all of them, right? I can kind of picture it, but I can't think of what the animal is. It's like, I don't know how many other people have this experience, but sometimes like, I'm trying to think of like a good context in which this comes up, and the best thing I can think of is like a dream where like I have a dream and it feels like everything I'm seeing in the dream is like very clear and definitive, but then when I like try to like describe it to someone or like think about all the like different aspects of it, like I realize that it doesn't actually make sense and it's not actually as clear in my mind as I thought it was. So that's what I'm picturing for Aries, this animal now. I don't think what I'm picturing is really very clear or accurate, but there's something in my brain. I do think Virgo is on the board, but not where you had it. Okay, interesting. Honestly, my second guess for Virgo would be this weird little squiggle, I think. Like, I don't know, this M thing just doesn't give me Virgo vibes, but it also wouldn't surprise me if that's what it is. So we're going to call this Aries until someone tells me I'm wrong. So we got Aries, Virgo, Cancer, we're sure of that, Taurus, Gemini, and then what is this? Libra, Leo. Oh, nobody's told me if I have. We know Sagittarius is correct. No one's told me if Capricorn or Aquarius are correct. That might be useful knowledge to have. Let me. Let me zoom in. There we go. Okay. Of the symbols in the box, all but 2 are represented by animals, and the symbols are kind of abstract depictions of those animals. Capricorn is not the symbol you drew next to it. Okay, thank you. Is that... Is that Aries? It is not Aries. Okay. What the fuck is that one? How? Man. Okay, so that's... Wait, no. No one has told me if I have Aries or Virgo correct, right? What did I decide this one was? Could that be Capricorn? Like, I honestly feel like I'm just making wild guesses at this point. But maybe the fun thing to do is to tell me if I'm right or wrong, and then I can continue making wild guesses. Aries is currently correct. Oh, so the V is Aries. Okay. What is a Capricorn to you? Shit. I don't know. How's that different from any other Maupiti Island stream? I mean, it's not. What is a Capricorn to me? I really don't know. Like, I know there's like representations of all of these, but like, I really don't know what most of them are unless they're in front of me. Like, I think that if I had like drawings of like the more common representations of each of these things, you know, like Gemini being twins, Cancer being a crab, like if I had all those lined up in front of me, then I could pair them up and, you know, remember what each one is. But like without that in front of me, it's not something I think about enough for me to remember. Capricorn is the greatest. If you saw Capra Demon in Nina's Dark Souls 1 playthrough, I think of what he looked like. I watched a lot of Nina's Dark Souls playthroughs, but I definitely missed a lot, and I cannot picture that at all. Maybe even of all time. Wow. Unsecretcrush says, because of minor variations in shape between the game and the emoji, I'm not actually sure what the bottom right symbol is. Oh, so let me draw what that looks like in Unicode. That one looks like this. I'm pretty confident this is the one that is referring to. So it kind of goes like that. This is maybe a little more pointy than I drew it just there. But it's another one where it's like, it's an M plus a little bit extra. I'm pretty sure that's what that one is. Although, it could conceivably be the N with a squiggle, but I think it's that one. Is Capricorn actually in play? I feel uncertain of that. Well, I mean, I'm trying to match all of them up with their symbols. You know, ultimately, we want to figure out what the 6 are in the box here. The game symbols are somewhat stylized. Yeah, for sure. So we got Aries. So is this Virgo or is it not Virgo? See, I'm trying to think of which one of these would be Leo. I really don't know. Capricorn. I feel like Capricorn is not one of the ones in the box, but I'm willing to be wrong. Robot Spacer is going for 100% Zodiac completion. Yes, I am. Don't think Capricorn is here. I was thinking of Aries. Okay. Interesting. Is Aries the weird M then? Is not Virgo? Okay. What's Virgo, man? This is Aries. That's Taurus. Libra. Libra seems like I ought to be able to figure that out. I don't know why. I just feel that way. Oh, did anyone tell me if I got Aquarius right? Is Aquarius the two squiggles that look like water? Libra, Leo is a lion. What are some features of lions? Mane. Tail. Oh, is the M with a tail the lion? No? Oh, is the squiggle? Is that just a tail? Like, there's nothing here that looks like a mane to me. So, tail is the best I got. But a lot of these have things that could be a tail. I think it is intended to be a tail, perhaps. The squiggle. So this is Leo then? So we have Aries, Leo, Cancer, Taurus, Gemini, question mark. One of my roomies called it tail and cat butt. That's great. Okay. So I'm gonna just because it's slightly more organized, I'm gonna label these all on my computer notes here. I wanna make it easier for myself to see which ones I have actually figured out now. So Aries is the V. The circle with horns is Taurus, of course. The 2 is Gemini, of course. I'm glad I at least got that right. Jeez. 69 not fish is actually Cancer crab claws. Then the cat butt with a squiggle is Leo. Oh, are these actually in the same order? I think they are. I've been copy and pasting text to match it up with symbols, and I just realized I'm going straight in order. I didn't think they were in the same order at first, but that was, when I had no idea what any of them were. So that's kind of spoilers, I guess. That means this one's Pisces. I spelled that wrong. I was right about Aquarius. Capricorn is the N. Also, just to be clear, I was just kind of giving myself a bonus challenge here. If I was actually playing this game, I would absolutely grab an encyclopedia and look this up. So this M with a squiggle is Virgo then? Are you kidding me? How is that Virgo? What does that even mean? Libra is this thing that looks like, I don't know, it looks like a symbol on an electrical diagram. M with a tail is, oh, that is Scorpio. I thought I suggested that at some point and someone told me I was wrong, but maybe that was my own misunderstanding. And that's all of them. So this one is Virgo. Okay. Aries is a V because it's a ram. Thank you. That is the approximately the creature that I had in my head. It was kind of ram-like. Actually, I think maybe what I was picturing was shit. What's that movie? Miyazaki movie. God, words. Why are words so hard? Why can't I think of it? I'm looking up. Oh, this is a very long Wikipedia article. Princess Mononoke. There's an animal in that movie that is, I think, kind of what I was picturing. Anyway, it's totally not important. Believe Capricorn equals Capri plus corn, goat horn, and in mythology, one of its horns was cut off and became the horn of plenty, cornucopia. That's very interesting. Xenolon, hello, good to see you. I mean, you could still get an encyclopedia. The game's already hard enough. You don't have to invent an extra hard mode. I mean, I don't have a set of encyclopedias here. When I was a much younger gamer, my parents had an encyclopedia set, which I would sometimes consult to solve mysteries such as this. They're in calendar order. I thought Cancer season was after Gemini season. That's correct. What I meant was I had a list in my notes on my computer of the Unicode symbols and then, their names written out. And they were both in the same order. I'm not sure if... Yeah, that might be calendar order, but it starts in the middle. The order mine were in was Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. For extra challenge, you became fluent in Spanish and learned how to repair player pianos. That'd be great. If only. Don't forget becoming a chess grandmaster. Yes, of course. Okay, so we now have... Let's write these down. Aries, Leo, Cancer on the top row, and on the bottom row we have Taurus, Gemini, and Virgo. So what did the riddle say? Then follow the directions of the zodiacs as it is written. So previously, you can see I have some notes here where I matched up zodiacs with numbers. How did I get those numbers? Okay, I guess that's the order I had in my notes here. Gemini being 3. So let's write down those numbers. 3. Aries is the first one. Taurus is right before Gemini, so that's 2. Leo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cancer is 4, and then Virgo is 6. Yeah, that's interesting. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or in the order they are here: 1, 5, 4, 2, 3, 6. So my instinct for what to do with this information is to take those numbers and enter them on the medallion, which we can't actually get until late at night on our current playthrough. The only other thing I can think of offhand to do with those is to, like, we could maybe try touching the symbols inside the box here in their correct order, but like that seems somewhat unlikely to me. I'm going to go ahead and try it though. But let me catch up on chat first. The elk, yes, thank you. Yakul. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. The world book you got one at a time from the Kroger. I don't actually know where my parents got their world book encyclopedias, but yes, it was a set of world book encyclopedias. Unsecretcrush says, we had a world book set, but we got them all at once from a door-to-door salesman, I think. That I feel like it's pretty likely that that's how we got ours as well. Also, like, it's so wild to think about, like, that being a thing. It seems so weird now. Xenolon says, I recently learned that in Spain, cats have only 7 lives. So it could totally be a small cultural difference like that. Oh, Unsecretcrush said, I do not think the symbols in the box are in calendar order unless the French do it their own silly way. Yeah, I think it is correct that the symbols in the box are not in calendar order. I think I understand what you're supposed to do with outside knowledge of the zodiac order. You figured out what I did, but now I don't know what to do with that information. Okay. Yes, the medallion is available at 1:30 a.m. Imagine having a large set of books in your house with reasonably accurate information in them. Yeah, it's like if you had a subset of the most frequently accessed pages on Wikipedia printed out and stuck in a specific year. But also they sold yearly like update books, which is also kind of funny. Here's all the new stuff that happened this year. Comment is so out of date, it's not even worth reading. Well, excuse me, I'm doing my best to keep up. I had a big collection of Encyclopedia Britannica when I was a kid. I poked them a lot. Nice. Oh, that thinking about this has jogged my memory, and now I'm remembering specific things about our encyclopedias. There were a couple of them that had like kind of fancy stuff in them. Like one thing that comes to mind is like there was a entry on the human body, and there were a bunch of pages like on like a clear like acetate or something with printing on it, and you had like, you know, skeleton and then muscles and organs. So like each on separate pages, so you could like flip up the pages and like go through these different layers. I always enjoyed just the way those were done. Was really fun. Jordan says, my parents' encyclopedia set dated to 1957, so it was rather out of date when I was growing up. I forget the publisher, but remember the binding. Nice. It was in the late 80s, so like countries were changing borders and names all the time. It was reasonable. Yeah, exactly. The yearly books were just patch updates or DLC or both. Yeah, a little of both, I guess. Had a copy of Grey's Anatomy in the house for some reason. No one in the house was a doctor. Closest was my mom, a pharmacy tech briefly. I mean, that's related, right? In the encyclopedia, I was fascinated by several pages of national flags. One year, my mom made gingerbread rectangles, and I decorated them with icing to look like the flags. That's super fun. Azura says, we had world books, and I did peruse them. I also was often finished with my schoolwork in class during first grade and was not allowed to bring in outside reading, so I ended up reading through the dictionary a lot. Oh gosh, that's great. Oh geez. Oh geez, Jordan. Okay. So we got some numbers. Let's try touching the symbols in order here. Like it's interesting that these are all like together. Like there's no gaps. So that does make me wonder if maybe just touching them in the correct order is what we need to do. Oh, it specifically says nothing's happening. That's different. Like, if only we could get that kind of feedback before. I know it says nothing's happening, but I'm going to go through it anyway. Okay. And let's go ahead and touch these openings here. Okay. So that also just says nothing's happening. So I think this is just kind of giving us information. And we can also see, like, there's two indentations here. I'm a little bit perplexed by these indentations because... So let me draw what I am seeing here in this graphic. So to me, it looks like we have something that's kind of similar to the shape of our medallions, but then there's like a thing on the bottom, which I'm just going to kind of draw like that. Like, to me, it looks like a curved thing that kind of goes off to the left side a little bit. And like this upper part, I feel like is the shape of our medallion. And it's worth remembering that, like, first of all, I think the medallion's on a necklace, but maybe they weren't originally like that. Worth considering. And then we're also told when we look at the medallion that it's got like a slot on the bottom. So maybe there's another piece that is meant to go in there and attached to the medallion or something. So when they were in this box, it was all one piece. Did anyone else play an encyclopedia game where you'd read an entry until you came to a word you didn't know and then go look up that and so on and so on? No, just me? I don't know that I ever played that specifically. I think I just tended to flip through them and look at things that were interesting. Definitely I was a person drawn to pictures and stuff like that. It's a mushroom. It does look kind of mushroom-like. Yeah, Roy is here. Okay. So I think now, since we have time until we can access the medallion, I think we will continue with my previously made to-do list. We have lost some time, but I think we can probably catch up. So let's see. Marie's room, turn the tank, raise the board, search both. Look at the brooch, search the pillows, look at the teacup. We didn't look at the teacup yet. We'll go ahead and read this. That tells us about the Bob-Marie relationship, which is good to know. I don't know that reading this one is important, but we'll do it anyway since we're here. And that's everything there. Let's see, push that back. Close? Is that what we want? There we go. Close sesame. I've never noticed that text, I don't think. That's funny. Okay, let's look at the teacup. Tea for two. Search under the dresser. We did that. Search the tank. Oh, right. We need that. So in the tank we have our very important stone. Okay. And let's see. Bob's room, I think we'll skip for now, since we've wasted some time here. I don't know if the times I have written down are good for these things. Let's go ahead and grab the rope here. And I think since there doesn't seem to be anyone here, we'll take the ashtray and put it in place. Might as well go ahead and open this up and check it. I don't think there's anything in here yet. Yeah, just the sheets of paper. Okay, and now we can go put a couple of these items in place. Let's see, juiced. Hello, Baron Redwing. Good to see you. It's going pretty good. I am enjoying this game very much. Like, I'm extra excited today. So we've got so much to do. Like, it's nice to start out a stream of this with like a bunch of like specific things in mind that I want to do. Because most streams are just like, God, I have no idea what to do now. Put the cord on here. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Got to go a little lower down. Reminds me of the time we looked up sleepwalking in the dictionary, which defined it as to somnambulate. Those kinds of definitions are the worst, where it's like just another word that means the same thing. I had a comp sci textbook which had an index entry for recursive. See recursive. That one's good. I support that one 100%. It's both funny and illustrative. Okay. Oh, it's 4:15. Okay. Let's go to the pond. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. So we can use the binoculars now. We don't actually need to hold those, but we can read this text here. We just want to make sure we get the credit for having seen that. Let's see. I'm bolding things in my notes to help remind me of what I have and haven't done. Oh, actually, I can turn this into a checklist. Much more clear and useful way to indicate these things. There we go. Okay. So Maggie's bar. Oh, we didn't look at the calendar yet. Put the cord on the tree, put the stone on the block, raise the stone. Oh, we didn't raise the stone. I'm not going to worry about that too much. Pond, look at the statue, read it with binoculars. So we could go down the well, but I think I'm inclined to not worry about that yet, especially now that we're running out of time to do so. At 7 o'clock, we can go back to Marie's room. So I think I will now try to back up and do stuff on the pier that we skipped. Okay, so Bob's room, that's on our ship on the right. And then Chris's room is going to be on the left. Let's do a quick save here. We wasted some time, so I think I'll save in a different slot. If we need to back up, we can go back to save 3. Okay, so Chris's room, I think this is Roy's and this is Chris's. Yeah. Search box and then cabinet for the transmitter. I'm still very curious if there's anything we can do with the transmitter or if it's just kind of there to give us a clue as to, you know, the fact that Chris isn't really a sailor. So there's our lady in black, I assume. Still not 100% sure. We have our note about the lady in black. Lost contact with Agent 0012. Our agent in Adina has intercepted the enclosed message. Follow Cicerone procedure. I wonder if we'll ever find out what the Cicerone procedure is. Lady in black. Maybe the Cicerone procedure is to just blend in, pretend you're a fisherman, and continue your investigation. Lady in black. Menelik orders the merchandise delivery. Payment in dollars will be done on receipt. Asmera, Menelik, chosen by God, vanquisher of Judah's tribe. Still have no idea what any of that means. Let's see. I always want to open this one, but I don't think there's anything useful in here. Revolver. And I think down here is where the transmitter is. Jeton. Transmitter. Lighter. That's all. Okay. So I think that's it for Chris's room. And then we'll try Bob's room. Hopefully nobody's in there. My light bulb just burned out and now I can't see what the different light bulbs are in my light bulb drawer. That's rough. Very unfortunate, but quite humorous from the outside. A little bit, I admit. I do like to keep an emergency flashlight handy for these types of situations. Okay, choose on screen. I just remembered last week when I finally realized I could actually open these doors. Okay, so in here we have some notes in this little hidey hole. Do we want to read? Captain, the shipment will take place tomorrow, Monday. The loading will be during the night. The place of loading will be indicated to you the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag. Faithfully, the lady in black. And another letter, follow-up. I'm disappointed. I counted on your boat. You put me in an embarrassing situation. I have to take serious measures. Accept my offer. I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. And let's see, we have... Not read, search. Can't remember if there's anything good in here. Okay. Close that. I think the log is in here. Keep getting ahead of myself. Doesn't help to be a bookworm. I tried to click search. There we go. Hello, GoDaddy. Want a nudge here? A nudge? I'm curious what your nudge is. So sure. It's very small. Okay, yeah, I'll accept it for sure. I'm not going to bother to read all this, but I did want to go ahead and look at it in case it gets us any percentage points. Sextant. Small bean ooh hit, yes. There's the third letter in here. Not found with search. What? What? Not found with search. Okay. Scratch paper? A third letter? Where? Shit. Can we raise something? You're badly raised. It's too heavy. The scratch paper is too heavy for me? Wasting your time. The hidden underpinnings of the night. Not found with search. This is fascinating to me. Clearly the verb is eat. They're changing the rules now? I mean, I think they've always been changing the rules. Let's try turn. No reason to take root? What? Be careful. Are you wearing your jacket inside out? I guess so. Gotta smell out that letter. Bold assumption there are rules to follow, yeah. It's moving. Nothing special. Nothing illuminating. Did your light go out? This game is so rude sometimes. Can't see behind a mirror. Oh, is that a mirror? Can't believe there's a third letter in here. Touch wood. Push, put, raise. Let's try some more raising just to make sure. Maybe there's something in a pocket here that I'm not seeing. A bathrobe. Okay. I don't see anything. An abstract painting. A tropical landscape. The open sea. A shelf. Water is the healthiest drink. I don't think that's water. I'm pretty sure that's not water. Oh, is that it? I think there's like a little envelope poking out here. Like there's just a little bit that's higher resolution. take this game. I love it, but it's so cruel. Let's see. Read. Dear Captain, the hurricane is giving me a lot of trouble. A friend was supposed to make an urgent shipment for me. But with this weather, I don't know if he'll make it to the meeting. Have your boat ready to cast off. I'll get in touch with you in the evening. Thank you, the Lady in Black. Interesting. First of all, thank you for the hint there, Dronon. I feel like I never would have found that. Like, there's so many little things in this game that are so easy to miss. But this is a fun and interesting detail. So my reading of this is that this comes after, like, I was already kind of thinking that, you know, we had that previous letter from the Lady in Black expressing disappointment that Bob did not agree to help her. And my hunch was that after receiving that and the threat about not being able to guarantee Marie's safety made Bob change his mind. So I feel like that hunch was correct and that this letter comes after that. So he agrees to help, and then the hurricane comes up and disrupts those plans. I still feel like the strongbox is the shipment, and maybe it ends up in the pond because of the hurricane. It's just like, instead of dropping it off where it was intended, it's kind of, like hastily dumped in the pond or something. I don't know. Interesting. Derek Ironbot says, I would argue that you can see behind a mirror. There just happens to be another Derek Ironbot on the other side looking at me. I think that makes sense. Get you 2 clue points as well. Nice. So we're up to 23 right now. I'm just updating my notes here. Take bonus letter. Brisbane's log. Okay, so we're done in here as far as I currently know. And it's now almost 5:30. So our next scheduled thing is to go in Marie's room at 7. But we still have some other stuff to take care of before then. Let's see what Maggie's up to. We want to get into her room in the near future. So I'm going to check my schedule for that. So it's 5:35 p.m. on the first day. Maggie is in her dang room. Okay. Well, there's a question mark, actually. She's in her room at around 4:45 for a period of time, and then I have a question mark. So it's possible this is a good time, and if it's not, then we'll know. Let's go ahead and save again. Just in case. Yeah, she's there.
You wanted to see me?
No, but this is a good opportunity to check our list of stuff here, and we can also ask about the locked room.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
Okay, so now in this playthrough, we know about Lucy. I think that's all we need to ask about right now.
I'm listening.
So she's in there at 5 minutes to 6. I wonder if she leaves at any point. I wanted to look at the calendar in case that gives me any points. Getting dark. Also an opportunity to ponder the calendar's numbers again. So we have the 31st is the current day, and February 1st is the second of the 2 in-game days that you get to play in. But then we have the end of each week. Either the end of each week is numbered, or Sunday specifically is numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. And I still have absolutely no idea what that could mean, or even be like related to. They could be like, I don't know. I was going to say they could be like something with these Lady in Black shipments or something, but like, given this is written in the bar, I don't think that makes sense. Like, this is Maggie's building. I guess my best guess as to who made these marks on this calendar would be Maggie, but I'm also not super confident about that. Let's see. So I can check that off. We still need to get in Maggie's room. Let's see. We could go to the garden. We could go to South Beach. And that'll probably get us to 7 o'clock. Let's see. South Beach is close by here, so let's go there. Bruce is here. Ideally, we don't want to be searching in front of people, but I'm just going to do it. Just want to notice that money. Let's go ahead and... The garden is close by too, actually. Here we can raise this stone. And search here. And this gets us a topic. Let's see, look at that. Balls of opium wrapped in writing paper. We can read it. And this is apparently a garbled message from the piano. Or at least one no one has ever figured out how to translate. A knife. And that's it. Okay, so that's some more things crossed off our to-do list. At 8 o'clock we can eat. We should try to do that. My notes for 9:30 say Lucy's room, smell butt. Important reminder. I think at this point we'll just go back to Maggie's and wait until 7 o'clock when we can go in Marie's room. I could drop off the binoculars and the handkerchief and the letter. Let's do that. It's a slightly better use of some time, I think. We might end up spending more time than I meant to, but that's okay. Okay, so we're done with the binoculars as far as I know. Don't think we need this letter. And don't think we need the handkerchief. The key we definitely want to hold on to. Okay. Hello, Arabella. Good to see you. How's the Maupiti Island Marathon going? It's going great. We haven't actually done anything tonight, but I'm still very excited. Things are going to be happening. Maybe I'll beat the game. I don't know. I don't know if it's reasonable to be optimistic about that, but I am. Okay, So I'm going to save just to be safe, but I think we can go in Marie's room now. Right now, we're just kind of spending some time until we can get a medallion that appears at 1:30 in the morning. So now we can observe that the bookcase has been broken into, and we can take the pirate book here. We'll go ahead and read that. I'm not going to bother to read most of this out loud, but I will read the riddle again since we're still working on that. With the map upside down from north to the south by the pier, the monkey and the pirates in the cave on the wet death's head, and the numbers, add the numbers without going backwards. So all of that we've done already. Then follow the direction of the zodiacs as it is written. And so like the first chunk of that gets us inside the jewel box, which I feel pretty confident used to hold 2 of the medallions, one of which we're currently waiting to have the opportunity to get. We're told that I'm trying to remember who told me this. Probably not super important, but someone at some point told me that Juiced had one of these medallions and Marie had one. Also, it seems pretty clear that they originally belonged to the Vargas brothers, the pirate twins that used to live on this island. I assume they live here anyway. Spent some time here at the very least. So those medallions used to be in this box. So I think it's reasonable to assume that the zodiac symbols are giving us some information about what to do with the medallions. That's not true. We identified the zodiac signs. That is true. We haven't made in-game progress. But we figured out the zodiac symbols, and eventually that will help us solve a puzzle, I think. I hope so. Okay, so we got the pirate book. We've looked at the bookcase, which unlocks another topic. And at 8, we should be able to eat. At 7:15. Oh no, Hinton. I turned that on last week. And I forgot to consider things at the beginning of stream. Last week I would have done it because I could have used a break. But I'm gonna refund your points and turn that off. I'm so sorry. I always hate to do that, but like there's too many exciting things to do here. I'm not going to be able to focus on a different game. I'm too excited for Maupiti Island. If I start struggling later, then I will do a DOS break. Oh no, Hinton, the sound of my people. Hinton, it's good to see you. I'm very glad to see you. I clicked it because I figured you left the enabled by accident. I know. I appreciate the service you provide. Hello, Dicevor. Good to see you. You haven't missed too much. We mostly have been... we started a new game at the beginning of stream. And we've kind of been taking the knowledge from last time and we're applying it to this new playthrough. We spent some time unlocking the jewel box again and figuring out what all the zodiac symbols are. And now we're just waiting until so around 1:30 in the morning is around when I believe Juiced is murdered, and I assume that is why one of the medallions ends up in the water on North Beach, caught in one of the fishing nets there. So we're waiting for that item to appear so we can hopefully input some zodiac symbol numbers into it. That's the idea I have in mind anyway. So at the moment we're just kind of, I made a checklist previously of all the like things we can do that seem important, just to get our percentage of clues up. So we're currently just going through that stuff to pass the time. And also, you know, I assume some of that is potentially important in like getting a good ending. So like if we happen to get to an ending, the more clues we've noticed, the better, I imagine. We've determined the jewel box can be opened early and then argued a lot about zodiac symbols. Yes, good summary, thank you. Okay, we might be able to go in Maggie's room now. Let's check. Jay Frisbee, thank you so much. Appreciate the Prime subscription very, very much. Thank you for your support, and also it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Stream freeze. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think we're okay now. When I saw that message, I looked down, and for some reason the bitrate was extremely high, but it was also red. I assumed there was like a huge bitrate drop, and then it was like trying to catch up or something. But it's green now, so hopefully we're good. Stuck, but confetti still works. That's good. Sorry about that. That reminds me, might be getting fiber internet in the near future. I don't know what near means. It could be months away still, but it will soon be an option, which is exciting. I don't know if that will necessarily mean less hiccups, but it will give us like a lot of upload bandwidth that we do not currently have, which is cool. Everybody back now? If you can't hear me, refresh your browser. I'm sure that's very helpful to say. Thank you, Unsecretcrush, and anyone else that recommended refreshing. Fiber internet is physically in our neighborhood at this very moment. It's true. Yeah, I don't think it's turned on yet, but it's around. It's all around us. In England, they call it fiber. Yes. From what service? I don't want to talk too much about specific details. It's a company I haven't heard of, and I'm not sure how widespread they are. Okay. Let's see. Maggie's room. We were going to try to go in Maggie's room, and I was trying to figure out if she would be there. I don't actually know. I don't know. Let's find out. I bet she's there. Oh, she's not. Okay, great. My notes say she's in her room at 8:30. So maybe she just leaves for a little bit. I'm just going to write a little note that says out, ? And we'll try to do some things real quick here. So we can push this and get a key from there. Take. We don't need the money. Close that. Turn this lamp. Get a key from there. This is the key for the trap door down here. Close that. Let's see. Key from lamp, key from painting, open trap door, go down, read wall. Okay. So then we'll raise this. Open this. And go down the passageway. It's not Google, at least. Correct. This is 750. Right. Yeah. So, like, I think she maybe comes back in 20 minutes or so, if my notes are correct. So I'm trying to be quick. So there's the other half of the Spanish riddle, which we still haven't done anything with yet. I do think we might be getting close to that. Let's see. I want to read this text here just to acknowledge that, just to hopefully get the game to acknowledge that we have seen it. Look at these symbols, carvings in the stone. Look at these bros, the Vargas brothers. Okay. I think we're good now. So let's head out. Oh, the stream on my iPad is frozen. That's funny. Okay, it's fixed now. Your camera's white point matches the current Maupiti color palette. I do on Tuesdays I move the light to the other side, so I have more light coming from one direction to give more shadow on one side of me. And then I also turn off the color correction in the camera software to give a more dramatic effect. And I also darken it a little bit. But I'm glad to hear it was matching up perfectly, even if it was just for a brief moment. Let's close this all up. How do I put that back? Huh. I feel like I've done this before. Okay, there we go. You can get an LED bulb that matches it exactly. You know what? I think the bulb in this light is actually a Philips hue. At one point in a long time ago, in setting up streaming stuff, I had a different like bulb in there that I think was probably like a cheaper LED bulb. And it was causing some weird like strobing effect, at least with the camera we had at the time. But then I switched to this Philips Hue bulb and it was solved. But I don't actually use any of its fancy capabilities. It was just kind of a spare one we had around. But that would be kind of fun to make it match the game. Okay, what's next? Can we still eat? Eat. We ate. All right. Okay. My next note is 9:30, smell butt. So we have a bunch of keys now, and we can go in Lucy's room. And there's a cigarette butt here, and if we smell it, the smell of dark tobacco, which matches the Gitan cigarettes that Chris smokes. We can also find him in here at one point, so it's not exactly a huge surprise that he's been in here. Although it is interesting, like, especially since we have the two keys, like, does he break in or what? We've also still not found much of interest in this room, which continues to perplex me. So, up next in my notes is go take a nap at 10 o'clock, which it's almost 10 now. So I think we'll probably do that. There's also some things we could do. We could go into my notes say go into both holds. I guess I was just thinking it was worth going into all the rooms, even if there's not anything in particular to do there yet. Like presumably just finding a place gets you some percentage, but I could be wrong. Regardless, we'll go back to the pier. Phrasing? Oh no, what did I say? I have no idea what I said. There's a bullet here we can find. Go into both. Oh, I said holds, not holes. Danger. Let's see. There's also there was something here. Explosives. Let's see. Let's take this bullet. Okay. Oh, right. And we could open this crate. I don't know if that is actually important because there's nothing. It was so exciting when I found it. But I don't think anything in here is important. Salt Ranger, did I say hello to you? I apologize if I missed you coming in. Hope you're doing good. Okay. Let's go in the other hold now. Gotta enunciate, apparently. Now, I object a little bit to this game sometimes. Why can't I raise this? Like, it's like they just decided that one verb is correct for any given action, even if multiple make sense. There's a bunch of things we can mess with down here, but I'm not going to do that right now. All right. So did all that. Let's drop some stuff off. I went to save your game. That's a good point. Let's do that. Thank you. We'll put one in slot 1. Okay, so let's drop off the pirate book. That's full. Done. And the bullet we don't need. Done. Okay. Okay, so the next thing on my to-do list is at 2 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and save again. If we ever come back here, that will be much more convenient. At 2 a.m. we can go into Roy's room. I think it makes sense to do that. Verdantry, hello. Good to see you. I should really finish my words before I hit send. I disagree. Just get all out eventually. That's all you really need to do. It's not correct to Frenchly raise a trapdoor, perhaps. So yeah, let's rest for at least an hour, I think. Maybe a couple hours. Let's see, I am going to look ahead here and see if there's anything else we could do. So the stuff I have at 2, we need to wait to do. Yeah, I think pretty much everything else in my notes, like, is not anything we can do ahead of time. At 1:30 we can get the medallion. But I might wait and do that after we go in Roy's room at 2. I'm trying to think. I guess maybe the one thought about getting the medallion as soon as possible is I assume this like chain of puzzles with the medallion is eventually going to lead us back into the well. Because we still have the puzzle in the well to solve. And based on what we've done in the well so far, like I feel like we're missing something. Whether that's like an object or just information or whatever it is, I feel like there's a decent chance we'll get it from doing this medallion stuff. So if we get the medallion as soon as possible, then we could potentially go down in the well at 4 a.m. Which could be worthwhile. If we miss that opportunity, then we'll have to wait until 4 p.m. So that's a decent while to have to wait. let's sleep once. I think I was gonna say I'll save again, but I guess I won't. We've already got a recent save, so that's fine. We might as well get the medallion as soon as we can. We could... I mean, it's unlikely, but we could get the medallion, enter this zodiac code on it, and then come back and do the stuff in Roy's room at 2, potentially. Actually, that's a long walk. No, it's not as long as I was thinking. Anyway, let's focus on the medallion. That's the most interesting thing right now. Okay. No. I'm sure your stream connection is fine now, but boy, does my end of the pipe not think so. what an internet pipe would be. To me, this sounds like a small pipe. Maybe that's the problem. You got a pipe and not a full internet pipe. Might need to upgrade that. Okay, let's go to Juice's. And from there, we can go to North Beach. And we're almost perfectly on time here. I'll go ahead and check, but I think it'll be there in 5 in-game minutes. Yeah, not quite there yet. The smallest is a pipette, yes. Autocorrect spoiled my very good joke. It sure did. That's so rude. Autocorrect is always doing that. So once we get this medallion, which we can do now, there it is. Man, I'm so curious where this is going to go. I'm so curious if I've actually figured out the correct code. So, like, again, going back to the indentations in the book, like, you know, this looks like the correct shape for the top part, but then there's this thing on the bottom I don't get. Oh, also, I was thinking it was attached to a necklace, but I guess I was kind of confusing it with the amulet a little bit. Like, that shows a visible necklace. This has like a little ring, and I feel like just describing it as a... I don't know. I always picture this being worn as a necklace, but I don't know. Maybe that was just a thing I kind of made up on my own. Anyways, so the code we have is 154236. So I'm going to enter that in the way that I think makes the most sense. 1, stones give way when you touch them. And then we're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 2, 1, 2. And then 3, 1, 2, 3. And then 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit. Okay. So, like, did I get the code wrong? Did I enter it in the wrong way? Or did I simply misclick and missed one or more of the buttons? Here we go again, indeed. those seem like the three big question marks. And then there's the other possibility of is the zodiac symbol information actually related to this item? I feel like it has to be. It seems like it has to be. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try entering the same code in a couple different ways. Actually, I should try, like, I'm doing the same kind of adding things input method that we did with the jewel box, but maybe that's not what we want to do here, especially since we only have numbers 1 through 6 and there's 7 buttons. So let's try entering it 1, and then 5 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4 would be this one here, and then 2 would be the second one, 3 here, and then 6 over here. Okay, so that's still nothing. So let's try assuming this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's try that. And that gives us, again, a couple different ways to enter it still. So let's do 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, and then 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still nothing. Please take it with you and try this somewhere else for safety's sake. That is a good reminder. Thank you. Let's see. Where's a good place to... I don't know if it's a good place, but we'll go to the well. I believe it's safe here for now, at least. Okay. So that's like 3 strikes out so far. I'm trying to think, like, the numbers that we came up with. It's interesting that it's 1 through 6 without skipping anything. Like, there's 12 zodiac symbols, or 13, depending. So it's interesting that they're all like 1 through 6. That, I think that mostly makes me think we have the right numbers. And then there's a question of order, potentially. Like, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, that seems to me like the reasonable way to read this. Let's go back to the riddle. The riddle has so little information about this part of the puzzle. Then follow the directions of the zodiacs as it is written. Follow the directions of the zodiacs as it is written. Dot, dot, dot. Try them again just to rule out missing tiny hotspots. Yeah. So Let's see. I feel like we had other options that I hadn't tried yet also. Right. I was going to do, assuming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we can do like the additive. Let's try that one first, and then we'll go back and retry. It's hard to know, like, what is the correct way to position. Like, to me, like, if the finger is fully covering the white dot, like, I'm trying to place the point of the finger on the white dot, basically. I feel like that's what I did with the jewel box, and that worked out correctly. So I'm going to stick with that. Finger should cover the buttons, not touching the edges. Okay. But, I mean, like, cover the buttons. Like, does that include, like, the little kind of greenish area around it? Does that need to be fully covered? So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is like one thing where, like, it would be nice to get some feedback. Like, if this was a real item, then I would know if I'm actually pushing in one of these stones, right? I could feel that. There wouldn't be any doubt about whether or not I had actually pushed one in. There would be doubt about whether that accomplished anything. So I'm fine with not getting feedback of whether I'm doing anything correctly or if this is even worth my time at all. But I would prefer to get, I would like this message to appear when I've correctly pushed a stone, and a different message to appear if, like, I've missed the stone and I'm just pushing on the medallion itself. Like, that amount of feedback, I think, would be nice. One time it took me 4 tries to get the jewel box open. Oh, geez. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I did 5. And then 4, 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, let's go back to the start and retry everything. So I still feel like going around this, I guess, counterclockwise from the top left. I can't give a good argument for it, but to me that seems like the correct way to do it. I guess it a little bit matches up with how we entered things on the jewel box. Like, that was just left to right, straight in a line. But let's do the additive method again. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This positioning feels extra weird. 6. Okay. Silver says, oh man, an adventure game where every click tap had an audio response as a way to indicate the material tapping, but you could also use it for puzzle feedback. That would be great. Okay. So now let's do the same, assuming that same order, but without being additive. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, and then 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes! That looks like a key, doesn't it? Open Sesame. Interesting. That's a little bit different than what I was expecting, but we did get something out of the bottom of it. Open Sesame. The hook coming out of the bottom of the medallion was carved, then polished. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, Riz Mason said, Miss 4 had the tech for that, but I don't think any puzzles relied on it. Interesting. Dronin says, and this is the shape inside the jewel box, which you guessed since very early in the game contained medallions. Okay. The hook coming out of the... It's interesting. Like, what I'm seeing here doesn't look like a hook to me, but it's described as a hook. Hook coming out of the bottom of the medallion was carved, then polished. That's such an interesting description. It's like telling us how it was made. Like, I guess it's just trying to give the idea that it was handmade, but is very polished and smooth. So, nothing to read. Nothing to smell. Can I touch it? Nothing's happening. Okay. But now we understand why it has an opening at the bottom. It's 2:30. So, like, this looks like a key to me. I continue to be a little concerned that we only have one medallion. But, like, if the other medallion was not in that jewel box, I can't imagine where else it would be. Looks like a car key. Yeah, it does a little bit. You found the goth key fob. 2:30. Yep. All right, let's take this. Let's do another save. Let's see. I've been holding on to save 4, but at this point, I don't remember why, so we're just going to go ahead and overwrite that now. Shit. What was the... Well, I'll figure it out. I was trying to remember the correct input method. I think it ended up being the non-additive method, using the order that I thought it would be in. I'm going to highlight this in my notes just to... make it clear that that is the right code. Okay, so in another hour and a half, we can go down in the well. Is that what we want to do? Doubloons. That's all. What is our... Oops. What is our score? 53. Okay. What do you think it will open? That's the thing. I don't know. So what I thought I was going to get from this puzzle was something that would help me progress down in the well. So down in the well, we got an hour and 20 minutes to talk about this, and it'll probably take that long. Down in the well, we have some shells and water. and also a fountain in the shape of a monkey head. And some of the shells have death's heads on them, or skulls. There's one with 3 death's heads. There's one with 5. There's one with 8. And to me, this seems like it has to be related to the Spanish riddle, which reads, 3 dead weigh 2 dead, and 5 dead 2 dead. The second is the first, and the first is the second. The iron rotates on the pirate's sign. So for a while I've been wondering if we needed something to... Below the fountain, there's what's described as a mooring ring. So it's just like a metal ring that's like attached to the base of the fountain. And like, that can't be nothing, right? It's got to be something. So for a while I've been thinking that we'll get some item that we use on that makes sense with the last line of this riddle. The iron rotates on the pirate's sign. And what I see now that we've unlocked the medallion doesn't seem like it goes with the mooring ring. But the fact that it's described as a hook, like you could hook a hook onto a mooring ring and potentially do something with it. I don't know what. Spin it around? I don't know why you would need a medallion for that. But maybe it goes with it somehow, even though it's not like visually obvious. It also seems possible that like this is a key for something that we haven't gotten to yet. And maybe I'm still missing something. Or even just not understanding something. Oh, Dronin says, funny fact, no idea why you can dispense with the first number in the sequence. The pirate twins hated in Aries, I guess. Weird. Unsecretcrush says, it kind of seems like fighting any enemies and then jumping in the hole in the middle of the city in Nier Automata causes a crash. Yeah, that's apparently specific to PS5. Did you figure out how to get around that? All right, I'm going to go ahead and wait. That'll get us to exactly 4. And then we can go down there. Oh no, what did I do? Oh shit, wait, it's only half an hour. I should have looked at the time. Sleeping consumes an entire hour. Eating, except for breakfast, consumes an entire hour. Waiting is just half an hour. It's another death. I did die, it's true. Yes, we do want to load. Say 4. I think we're going to have to input the code again, but that's okay. Oh wait, is this after? I guess I did save after. Yeah, okay, great. Good. 113 deaths so far. What you told me before, I thought it was the snaky enemy specifically, so I thought it would be fine since there weren't any of that type. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I see. Weird. It's a shame that that game does not run better on PS5. It's a bummer. Okay, so we're going to wait 3 times. I'm going to look at the clock. Okay, it is 4 a.m. and now we can go in the well safely. We can push this stone to open the bars, go down the passageway. Okay, so here's this mooring ring. And first thing I'm going to do is use the medallion on it and see if this does anything. Yes. The medallion fits into the mooring ring like a key in a lock. Okay. So now I got to figure out the rest of the puzzle. So I feel like I'm right. That is the last piece of the puzzle. The iron rotates on the pirate sign. Like, to me, that medallion, I don't think the game tells us what it's made out of, but it looks like it's, metal, or iron. So I think, and it's also got a pirate sign on it, a skull. So I think they're telling us to turn the key as the last step. So we need to set up these 2 scales correctly. With the correct amount of water in them, and then turn the key, is what I'm getting from this. So my reading of this riddle is that we have 2 shells with 5 skulls and 3 skulls. We want 2 measures of water in each of those. So 3 dead, weigh 2 dead, and 5 dead, 2 dead. Second is the first, and the first is the second. I'm not 100% confident of this, but the first one on the ground here is 5 skulls and then 3 skulls. So I think this is telling us what order they go in on the shelves, on the scales. So my thought is 3 and then 5, but you could also read it the other way, because, like, if they're, in numbered order, like 5 would come second, but they're saying to put it first. So it could be 5 then 3, or 3 then 5. But I feel like the main thing is we want 2 measures in each one. And also, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in just a minute. I will probably die while I'm going to the bathroom, but that's okay. Okay. Are the scales numbered? No, they are not. My assumption would be that if we're numbering, the one on the left would be the first one, and this is the second one. Also, this, I think, is just a place to put another shell. Like there's no notch underneath it suggesting it's a scale. It's also, it's separated. I can't remember if I had other more specific reasons. Oh, right. It doesn't move when we touch it. Let's see, if we push these, it says it's moving. Whereas this, it says you can't have everything. So yeah, I think this is just a spot to kind of put another shell while you're like transferring water and stuff. So I don't think that's part of the puzzle. Let's go ahead and, I don't have much time, but I think refreshing my memory on the steps we need to take here will help me do it faster next time around. So let's see. We start out with water in each one that's equal to the number of skulls on it, I believe. So if we empty out the 3 shells, 3 measures of water, and then take this one and put it in here, then we now have 3 in there, and the one we're holding has 2. And then we can empty this out. I'm going to go ahead and put that up there just for because. Okay. And then we can take the other one we're holding and put it in here. And that should have 2 now. Okay. So then we can take the empty one we have and put it in the fountain. And then empty this one again. I'm going to actually do this in time. I don't know if I'll actually solve the puzzle, but I'll get 2 measures in each one. And then dump that in there. And then empty that out. And let's see. So we're holding the one that has 5 death's heads on it. So I'm going to put that on the second one. I don't know if that's correct. But we took the one that's first on the ground and put it second on the scale. And we're going to take the water in here and put it in here. So that has 2 measures of water now. Done. We'll just double check our work. 2 measures of water. Oh! So close. Too late. The tide took you rapidly. You died by drowning. Your body will never be found. 114 deaths. Okay. At least I got the process down. Let's load, save 4. Wait 3 times. Time to speed run the water measuring puzzle. I can't help but think I'm going to get very good at doing this by the end of the night. Okay, so once again, we'll empty that out. We'll empty that out. Take this, put it in there, and then we'll put what's left in here. So that should have 2 measures. We can turn this, take the one we're holding, fill it back up, and fill that one again. swap that out. And now the one we have has 2 measures, and we're going to put it, it was first on the ground, so we're going to put it second here. And then we're going to take these 2 measures of water, put them in there. I'll stick that up there. So that has 2, that has 2. Take that and put it there. And now the real question, is this going to do anything? No. The medallion fits into the mooring ring like a key in a lock. Okay. So let's take these and swap them. Nope. Oh. Oh. Okay. When I use that, it stays in there. Open sesame. Holy shit. What am I looking at? I think it's more cave. What? What? Oh my gosh. Stop. The game isn't over. It goes on. In fact, do you have everything necessary to solve the mystery of Marie's kidnapping? You will be asked a certain number of questions about this investigation. Answer according to your most profound convictions. These questions will help you solve the mystery. What? What? Who is Anita? I did not expect a Dagger of Ammon-Ra style quiz at the end of this. Who is Anita? A drug dealer, a criminal, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other? Gosh. I'm definitely not confident of this. Like, if I had to pick one of the people we've met to be the Lady in Black, I think it would maybe be Anita. I don't have any strong evidence for that. Like, I think my biggest evidence is one person thought she was. And, oh yeah, she did kind of... She super brushed off the idea of the Lady in Black as, like... As though, like, I'm just making shit up from, like, that sounds like it's from a novel or something. So I do feel like that response seemed kind of telling. I'm going to catch up on chat here. I hope I don't have a timer. I hope I'm not going to drown if I take too long on the quiz. Oh no, this is the old man asking questions in Hugo again. Oh God. Hopefully there's no questions about pop culture. Let's Laura Bow this shit up. Is this endgame? It certainly seems like it is. Beyond brand for the game to let you drown while you read these. It really would. It really would. I'm terrified. I have so many notes though. Yeah, like I have so many notes, but I don't know that I'm really curious how many of these questions I'm going to feel confident about my answer to. So, okay. So like maybe Anita is the Lady in Black. What the hell does that even mean? Like, kind of all we know about the Lady in Black is that she's trying to make some sort of delivery. Is that drugs or something else. Like, there's definitely evidence we found of some, like, drug dealer activity on the island. But I don't know. We also, we know she at least has a bunch of communist stuff in her room. I'm just trying to think of other things we know about Anita. Let's see. I think Anita is the one who is asked, someone asks her to meet them at the well. I think it was probably Juice that did that, but I don't really know. Probably need another 100 hours in the game. I think that might be true. Ooh, Dronan says I have issues with this quiz. That's very interesting. Waiting for the scene to time out and kill you. Same. I will say I don't see the clock moving. It would be very funny if we finish the quiz and then it takes me back to the game and I immediately drown. I don't think that's likely to happen, but it would be very funny. Yeah, I should check my notes. My notes are super scattered. But I will check my notes about what people said about Anita. Like, honestly, I feel like a lot of the important stuff I know about what's going on here is pretty well in my head. Like, there's certainly lots of details that I don't remember well, but like the details by themselves don't really give you answers, at least in a clear way. Bob thinks that Anita is the lady in black. Okay. That is notable because Bob has had dealings with the lady in black, so he would, you know, have some amount of information to help him determine that. Like, it's not just a wild guess. Potentially, at least. Also, I have a note that Bob is convinced Anita kidnapped Marie because she needs her boat. I think we discussed that was maybe a incorrect pronoun because she needs his boat. She needs Bob's boat. So that fits with that second letter from the lady in black. So I feel pretty good about assuming that Anita is the lady in black. And like, it's maybe reasonable to assume that the lady in black is a drug dealer. Like, it'd be kind of funny if it was just other. I'm gonna go with drug dealer for now. I'm really curious what's gonna happen if I'm gonna be told if I am choosing the right things or not. Who was Anton with the night of the 31st? Ooh, okay. This is stuff that I have notes on and can probably figure out. Anton is with Sue. I know that immediately. They were getting it on in Sue's room. I'm just looking at my notes to make sure I'm not mixing that up. Yeah. That's actually like at 2 a.m. So technically February 1st, but like I would personally call that the night of the 31st. So I assume that's what this is referring to. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juiced alive? Okay. I think Anita. Anita, around 1 a.m., saw Juiced. Near his home. And she said that Juiced cleaned out. Or cleared out? I think it was cleaned out. But she's the only one that mentioned seeing him like that late in time. So Anita. Who kidnapped Marie? Shit. So I'm going to catch up on chat here. Don't think I get the connection between opening this door and solving the murder. I expect it to be like a hidden treasure in Colonel's Bequest that's just really cool to find. Yeah. I really, I never had a chance to talk about this. I was thinking about it when I took a break there. Like, I didn't really know what to expect at the end of this puzzle. I did not expect it to go like this. I figured it would, there was a decent chance it was effectively the end of the game after solving this puzzle. But I would have expected them to wrap it up in a more narrative way. Maybe we'll get that after we solve the quiz. Like, this does a little bit seem like, and also just to be clear, I don't want to know if this is correct. It does seem like it's just kind of testing our knowledge, and that maybe if we get enough of these answers correct, then it will reveal more to us in some way, like maybe conclude the story somehow or something. Made a spreadsheet for this moment. Oh, nobody. Yeah, that's an interesting option. Wait, Fred? Is this a is this a Amon-Ra situation, or are they just fucking with me? Who the hell is Fred? Son of a bitch. Nobody knows who Watney Little. Yeah. I think Fred was mentioned a total of once. I do not remember a Fred ever being mentioned. Dronon mentioned a Fred in chat? Okay, What? Fred has the other medallion? Was that a joke? Don't tell me these things. I don't want to know. I don't want to know if Fred is real or not. I'm guessing that was a joke, but I don't want to know. Okay. Who kidnapped Marie? So like, this is it's wild how like similar this is to, like, I can't remember exactly how I felt at the end of Amon-Ra, but like I felt like I had a little bit of an idea of what went down. I had a little bit of confidence in what I had deduced, and then it throws these like very specific questions at me, and I'm just like, oh God, like I really did not know what was going on. And this is so similar to that. Like we spent a lot of time figuring out, like, I'm so sure that Roy is the one that breaks into Marie's bookcase. He takes the chess book. You know, we see that in his room later. We find like he's the one that breaks into the piano and takes out the encrypted note. He is able to decrypt it because he has the chess book. We find that in his room as well. I'm pretty positive that Roy is the one that kills Juiced. I could be wrong, but like it seems like all the evidence points to that. Like Juiced's earring is on the ground, or sorry, Roy's earring is on the ground in Juiced's home, just inside the broken window, which like goes down shortly before Juiced is killed. Fuck, I just remembered the wig. I still have no idea what is going on with that wig. Oh, God. Like, my best guess with the wig is it maybe belongs to the lady in black. It's like a disguise. God, does the wig... I'm suddenly wondering if there's any way to figure out if the wig matches the woman in the photo, or the person in the photo is wearing a hat. But I feel like you can see some of their hair. Anyway, that's kind of a tangent at the moment. Like, I definitely suspect Roy of murdering Juiced. And possibly the other person that washes up on the beach at 7 p.m. on the second day, who I still don't think is Marie. But does that mean Roy kidnapped Marie? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I don't understand how we would figure that out even. Like, I also, like, I think that, like, the lady in black says to Bob, if he doesn't help her, she can't guarantee Marie's safety. And Bob thinks that that means that the lady in black, who he believes is Anita, has kidnapped Marie. And, like, if she's making threats about Marie's safety, that makes sense. And I also think that it's possible that Roy... I was about to say it's possible that Roy is not really even that concerned with Marie and is, like, maybe just looking for the pirate treasure. But actually, I don't think that makes sense. Like, he's breaking into Marie's room, bookcase, and getting that encrypted message. But, Okay. So, like, the encrypted message says we wait the boat, which seems like it has to be connected to the lady in black wanting Bob's help and his boat. Let me catch up on chat here a little. Puzzle said, I remember when I got there as a kid, only got the good ending this year as an adult. I didn't understand the fencing question at all as a kid. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I remember that. Fuck, I just remembered the wig is one hell of a sentence. Who buy wigs? Welcome to the wig party. Who the fuck is Fred? Exactly. So many questions. So here's what I'm thinking about everything that's going on. If the wig belongs to anyone, it makes sense it belongs to the lady in black. So maybe Juiced. At first, I was thinking, like, most of the time, I've been thinking that, he's destroying evidence. But what if he was actually, like, destroying her disguise? So she couldn't use that disguise anymore. Just a thought. I don't know that there's any evidence to point to that.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. Val says, boy, they should really change this place's name to Crime Island. Indeed. Also, just a reminder, y'all should follow Val. I think they're going to play more Lunacid tomorrow, along with OK Retro Zone. What if we wait the boat was a typo if we want the boat? Certainly possible. Yeah, Marie is an option here. That is pretty interesting, isn't it? Like, I assume this is just, any character related question gives us the same list. But that's pretty funny. And honestly, like, I mean, it's not impossible that it's correct. Maybe she's just pretending to be kidnapped. Honestly, maybe. But like, I think Juiced is somehow involved with the Lady in Black. Like, unclear if helping or working against. I think Roy is So one thing we know about Roy is that he helped Lucy get off the island. We're told that by multiple people. Which always seemed kind of interesting and kind of went counter to, like, him being, like, obviously a murderer can help a different person that they're not murdering. Like, that's not contradictory. It's just like, I mean, ultimately it's just about motivations, right? But like, in one scenario, it seems like he's a good guy helping someone. And then in another scenario, it seems like he's a bad guy killing someone, maybe two people. But what if, like, we still don't know that much about Lucy. Like, I feel like we're a little bit expected to see some parallels between Lucy and Marie. Like, they're even described as being kind of similar in a lot of ways. So what if Roy is actually trying to get Marie back? So maybe Anita is the one that kidnapped Marie, just like Bob said. Maybe Juiced is helping her for whatever reason. And Roy knows that, and that's why Juiced ends up getting killed. Like, there's a lot of speculation going on there, but at least we have some evidence to back it up. Like, Bob's theory that Anita kidnapped Marie, or at least the Lady in Black kidnapped Marie, also fits with the letter from the Lady in Black. So I guess I'm just going to say Anita. I don't have a ton of confidence in any of these answers, but like, that seems like a reasonable guess based on what I do know. Who signs their name the Lady in Black? I mean, I want to be consistent in my answers, so like, we're going to say Anita again. What object did Juiced have in common with Marie? That we know, the medallion. An aquarium. They both had an aquarium. Juiced had a dead fish, and Marie had an aquarium to put it in. I assume they mean a medallion, because we're told by someone that they both had one. Do I have any notes about who said that? I don't know that's important, but... Yeah, I'm looking at my notes about Juiced. I was wondering if it might be written down there. And, like, everybody, like, says he wouldn't hurt a fly. Maggie said, one of the innocents, life has been cruel to him. Like, him helping a kidnapper does not make sense to me. I don't know. But I'm confident of this answer, at least. Who killed Juiced? I feel pretty good that it's Roy. Maybe it was Fred. The motive. This is a very good question. A diamond. I don't think so. The diamond gets left behind. A medallion. That's an interesting thought to consider. But I don't know. Like, the medallion ends up in the water. Like, from what we can tell, I think Juiced gets killed near his home. What if it is the medallion? What if Juiced throws the medallion into the water? Bogus Meat Factory, hello. Welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you had a great stream. Just as a heads up, we are kind of at the end of this game, Maupiti Island. It is a very cool game. I will say, I'm being asked a bunch of questions about what happened in the game. So, like, I'm going to be saying a lot of spoilery things if anyone is interested in this game. That said, I feel like I have no idea what's going on in this game still. So I'll probably get a bunch of stuff wrong. Just wanted to give a heads up. A fetish is like a doll. It's like a different meaning of the term. We looked up the specific meaning at one point when this first came up in the game. But there's a few of those around the island. I don't think that's the correct answer because they don't seem like important items. How are you this good evening, good sir? I'm doing pretty great. I love this game so much. It's so difficult. And I'm very excited to be doing this quiz. I'm so curious what's going to happen at the end of it. I don't know. Automod, quit being annoying. Fetish is a symbol of power? Okay. Remember this from playing Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis. Interesting. Know what it actually means. It's just funny to use the sexy meaning. Right. Unsecretcrush as a religious object of any type, not necessarily a doll. Thank you. Little impromptu play of Crypt of the Necrodancer. Nice. Okay, so just to fill y'all in, I figured out like a big series of puzzles, and now we're being asked a bunch of questions about like a kind of completely separate part of the game, which is the disappearance of a woman named Marie. We're being asked a lot of different questions to just like confirm that we have a correct understanding of what has transpired here. The previous question was asking me who killed a man named Juiced, and now we're being asked what the motive for that was. and let's see, I think I was in the middle of saying like maybe it was the medallion. Like that seems like the thing of greatest value that Juiced has. The medallion was an item that helped us solve this puzzle here, that may or may not lead to a pirate treasure. So like if someone is aware of all that, it would absolutely, be a potential motive. And maybe we, for a while now, I've been assuming that the medallion is in the water because Juice's body is dumped in the water, but like that never made sense to me because it's so far away from where his body is dumped in the water. Like, where's my map? So here's the island. The pier is over here. His body gets dumped off the pier at like 2:30 in the morning. And at 1:30 in the morning, which might, based on what Dronan has said, might be a little bit of a programming error. There's some timing related things that seem a little off in the game, but it is notably earlier. We can find the medallion on North Beach, which is, like if a body was dumped in the water here, like this, you wouldn't expect a medallion to make its way out of here and way up here, like in a short period of time, if ever. So I do wonder if maybe Juiced, like the last bit of information we hear about Juiced from Anita. Wait, Anita saw... I keep thinking of different things that are making me question everything I've said so far. But Juiced was in a hurry right before he got killed. So I think it fits with trying to get rid of the medallion so whoever was trying to kill him wouldn't find it. Maybe he intentionally put it in the fishing net. Maybe he just chucked it in the water and it ended up in there. Maple Mystery, hello. Welcome, y'all. 2 raids right in a row. I hope y'all had a great stream. So I will say this again, just as a heads up. We are kind of at the end of Maupiti Island, a game I've been playing for 25 streams and maybe 120 hours at this point. So if you have any interest in playing this game, which is very punishing and cruel, you might want to duck out. Otherwise, welcome. Great to have you here. So I will start by just giving a general idea of what's going on here, just if anyone wants an opportunity to decide if they're going to stay. We solved a major puzzle in the game, a series of puzzles, and now we're being asked, very much in the style of the Dagger of Amun-Ra, a bunch of questions to determine if we understand the events that have occurred in the past 48 hours or so. I have no idea if I am answering these questions correctly. Currently, and now I'm going to get into spoiler territory, we're being asked the motive for the person that killed a man named Juiced. Hello, Old School Jay, Tuigia, great to see y'all. Hope you had a good stream. KW77, welcome. Never heard of this game before. It's definitely not very well known, but it is very, very cool. Zero interest in playing this. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. I will say, I think it's a really neat game, but I don't think most people would enjoy playing it without having some amount of it spoiled for them. It's just incredibly difficult. Thank you. I got my bucket shirt on. Uh, so the best I can guess here is a medallion. I think my second best guess would be other. Most of these don't make sense. Diamond doesn't make sense. Money, like, you can just find money in the hole of a tree if you really want it. Apparently, the amulet is just lying on the ground somewhere. Nothing else makes a ton of sense. So we're going to go with medallion. The exact hour of the crime, midnight, 1:30, or other. This is interesting. I would have guessed that it was between 1:30 and 2. That could mean that other is the correct answer. Edenwaith, hello, good to see you. Does this have a Dagger of Ammon-Ra type ending with the questionnaire? Yes, which is what we're going through right now, which is fascinating. I had no idea that this was coming. I didn't know it was going to happen, but like this didn't even cross my mind as a possibility. Oh, Unsecretcrush asked me earlier what type of flowers are on the bucket shirt, and Maple Mystery has said red clovers. Nice. Which are more purples. Yeah, it's very much a final exam. We all know these are the only times crimes can occur. Right, like... This is so tricky because, like, it's such a short list. If 2 was an option, I would absolutely pick 2 over 1:30. But when we only have 2 options that are specific and the other one is just other, like, like, the body is dumped off the pier. I feel pretty confident that that happens at 2:30. Maybe at 2. The medallion appears in the water at 1:30. Gosh. I think I'm going to say 1:30, even though, like all these answers, I'm not confident. The target of the shots. Okay. So this is referring to at 10 a.m. on the second day, Roy and Chris are walking on the beach, and one of them gets shot at. I feel pretty confident it's Roy. Chris says it's Roy. Like, we're pretty sure he murdered someone. Why is there screaming happening? Clearly they were trying to shoot Fred. That makes sense. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat here. I love how you've been playing this for more than 100 hours and like you don't have the answers. Yeah. Like, the game won't let you witness a lot of key events. Like, you can narrow down the time frame when things happen, but if you try to go there to see what exactly is happening, you will get killed yourself. So like, you have to piece things together based on things other people say. Gosh, there's complex game mechanics I feel like I still have barely used. Who is asking these questions? The video game is asking these questions. This is not like, there's no like story narrative connection with anything happening here. Like, the game literally said stop. There's more to this game. And then it asked, like, it had a long screen of text to like explain what was coming here, and like it wants to make sure that we understand everything that has happened. So like I assume that based on how well I do in this quiz, like it will determine whether I get like the good ending or just like a sorry, you don't actually know what happened, try again. Someone says, I'm going to be very frustrated if they only show you the question answers if you've seen the knowledge in the game this run. Oh, interesting thought. Is a murder mystery? Yeah. We're specifically, we're on our way to Japan when hurricane interrupts our voyage and we have to stop at this island. And when we arrive on the island, a woman named Maggie tells us that another woman named Marie has gone missing and asks us to investigate that. So like there's all kinds of things going on kind of related to the narrative. And then there's like a whole separate section of the game related to basically like some pirates used to live on this island. And there is maybe a treasure still hidden somewhere. So like there's all these puzzles you can go through to make your way towards that. And we seem to have solved all those puzzles, and now it's hitting us with a quiz to make sure we also understand the narrative. What year does this game take place? I think I wrote that down. 1954. January 31st, 1954 is the first in-game day, and then you also play on February 1st. And if you haven't solved it by like 11 p.m. or so, if you're still alive, you will simply continue on your voyage to Japan and be sad that you didn't solve the mystery. So the target of the shots. Chris and Roy are on the beach. Like, it's got to be one of them. Otherwise, someone is wildly misidentifying a person. Like, I guess maybe there's a possibility that there's someone else there that we never see or hear about. But I think it's one of them. Chris says that it's Roy. Roy says that it's Chris, but I can't remember exactly what we got out of questioning him, but like his take on it was not convincing. So I'm pretty sure they're shooting at Roy, and like Roy's been up to a lot of stuff, so it makes sense that someone would be shooting at him. Like, I feel like it's either the lady in black shooting at him or someone that is working with her is my best guess. What time were the shots fired? 10:30, I believe, is correct. Yeah, 10:30-ish, says my notes. Oh, there was no other there. Oh, God, you have between 0 and 25% of the correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Continue on with your investigation. A 120 hours got me to this point. Time to drown. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, let's find out what happens next. I gotta take a screenshot of this because this is just the most hilarious screen I've ever gotten in a video game. Oh, it just closed. They're like, no, you can't have the treasure. You gotta figure this shit out. Oh my God. Oh yeah, so we have 35 minutes until we drown. Huh. Wait, so we can open it again? What's happening? It's kind of frozen. Oh, okay. So we could do the quiz again. Fascinating. Fascinating. Hello, a journeyman. Welcome. Now for the other 75%. So just another 300 hours, and I'll have it all figured out. Dronon says, also to clarify for anyone new, Dronon1 in chat has played this game and is actually writing an English guide for it, which is fantastic and sorely needed. The only good thorough guides for the game are in French, which is the original language for the game. So they pretty much have that complete. They've just been watching my playthrough to see if there's maybe any improvements that need to be made. They said, this verifies something I was wondering. I can't discuss it without revealing quiz mechanic details, though. Fascinating. I'm glad it was informative to you, at least. Really is like the dagger experience. It sure is. The monkey has judged your knowledge and found it wanting. Indeed. At least now you know what they want to know. Yeah, like... much like the Dagger of Amun-Ra, like having these questions is helpful to some degree. Who the hell is Fred? I feel like Fred's gotta be a red herring. But that's wild. So, like, I answered all those questions based on a somewhat consistent like picture of a possible way to piece together all the information I have, right? So I feel like what the game is telling me is that I'm completely wrong on almost all of it. So, like, I'm making some incorrect assumptions. I'm really curious which ones I got right, but I have no clue how to get there. A Fred herring, yes, exactly. You just got Chicago typewriter, but I get to continue the game at least, so that's nice. Oh, I can't back out of this. I mean, I guess she is a little bit of blackmailer. We know Anton was with Sue. That's maybe the one question I got right. Other than his murder, who was the last person to juice alive? I still feel pretty good about that one. Who kidnapped Marie? I bet this is wrong. I said Anita. I really don't know what is right. Maybe nobody? Nobody seems possible. For all I know, Marie is the lady in black. Like, God, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It might make sense. Like, one thing I have not been 100% able to figure out is what is the relationship between Juiced and Marie? Like, are they friends? Like, they both have the medallions, which to me suggests that they're friends. And I feel like I've had a hunch that Juiced is trying to help Marie in some way. Also, well, I guess nobody would make more sense than saying that Marie kidnapped Marie. Let's say nobody. I don't love making wild guesses at these, but like, I feel like it'll give me a little bit of guidance. Who signs their name the lady in black? So we're gonna say Marie. What does she do? Wait. No, these are the same, I think. I don't know that I noticed treasure hunt before. Is this the same question? Yeah, I think this is different. I think this is different. Does that mean I was actually right about Marie and we're getting different questions? Yeah, I'm so sure this is different. There was some question that I, said, I chose a drug related option for last time, but it was not this one. Ooh, enjoy your ice cream, Dronon. I also have ice cream. It's tempting. What does she do? So there's a bunch of references to white slavery in this, which is why that's an option here. There's some evidence to suggest that there's drug trafficking going on the island. Arms traffic is not something that really ever comes up. Although, yeah, I don't think that makes sense. Like, we find in the hold of the fishing boat, there's a large box that says explosives on it, and also a bullet on the ground. So that could maybe be related. I guess there could be something to that. Politics seems a little unlikely. I don't think that's right. Treasure hunt, like, I think that's what we do now. I don't think that's what Marie is doing. Like, there's definitely some amount of evidence that other people are aware of this pirate treasure and interested in it, but I don't think that's what the Lady in Black is doing. I guess I'm going to say drug traffic. But I'm definitely not confident about it. Oh, okay. So I feel like we must be right about the Lady in Black being Marie. This question is also different. Who is the Lady in Black's accomplice? I think it's Juiced. Again, we know that Marie and Juiced both had that necklace. The medallion, rather. I keep calling it a necklace, but I don't know if anyone ever wears it on their neck. They both have one of them, which suggests a connection between them. Let me look at my notes. Oh, what does Juice say about Marie? I've got a spreadsheet of questions here. Here's my spreadsheet. I've got detailed timetables of everyone's activities throughout the game, and then I have there's a huge number of questions that you can ask everyone, but there's a specific list that is like 20 different topics that you can unlock by discovering different things on the island. And it seemed like an interesting enough list that I made a chart of everyone's answers to those questions. So there's a couple related to Marie. Juice said that Marie always listened to the same music on her piano. Marie's enemies, everyone adored her. So, like, that suggests, like, Juiced's image of Marie is that everyone loved her, presumably because, he adores her as well. Whereas Anita says that nobody liked Marie, presumably because Anita does not like Marie, and just like they're both just like the image of they have in their head of that person is like affecting their perceptions of what other people think. So like that suggests that Juiced gets along with Marie. Let's see, what else do we have? Those might be the only Marie related questions we have. But yeah, I think Juiced has to be the right answer here. like he burns a wig at some point, and like I still feel like the thing that makes the most sense there is like Juiced is helping whoever used that wig. Like the wig was used for some reason, presumably as like a disguise, and now Juiced is trying to dispose of that evidence for that person. So we are going to say Juiced. Who killed Juiced? I still feel like this has to be Roy. Like, it's possible I'm wrong. It's possible I'm wrong. Like, we find Roy's earring. We find Roy's earring in Juiced's home after he gets killed. Roy is definitely up to suspicious stuff throughout. Roy is definitely like Roy is breaking into Marie's stuff and trying to figure out what the lady in black is doing. Oh, of course Marie has to be the lady in black. That makes so much sense. I'm kind of embarrassed that I didn't really consider that sooner. Like, Marie fucking brought this encryption piano from Chicago all the way to Maupiti Island. Like, she wasn't just doing that for fun. It's not like she's just into weird pianos. So Juiced is helping Marie / the lady in black. And Roy is trying to figure out what the lady in black is doing, presumably to like either stop it or take advantage of it in some way. And I think in the process of that ends up killing Juiced. I do definitely still wonder exactly why. Like, the last time through these questions, I said he did it. Like, my best guess was the medallion. But I don't think that's correct. I don't think that makes sense. Who found his... Wait. What does this mean? Are they just asking who pulled the body out of the water? Body found at pier. So Chris and Anton pull the body out of the water. Ah, okay. Chris found Juiced in the water while smoking. Okay. Hooray notes. Where was Juiced killed? At his place, on the pier, at the well, at the South Beach, or someplace else? So Anita sees Juiced around 1 or 1:30, like very soon, very shortly before he's murdered. In the vicinity of Juiced's home. She describes Juiced as being in a hurry and says he just cleaned out or cleared out. I forget exactly which. It's kind of vague wording suggesting he's like, in a rush. So, like, I think even though we see that someone has broken into his home, I don't think it makes sense that he was murdered there. What else do we have? His key to his home is found on the pier, separate from his body. That is there. That appears around the time he gets dumped off the pier, I think. So I think the key just like, falls out of his pocket while the body is being moved or something like that. That doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't killed at the pier. Baron Redwing, I'm catching up on chat here. Baron Redwing asks, doesn't Juiced have the medallion on his neck in the photo with Lucy? That's a really good question that I don't know the answer to, because he does seem to be wearing a necklace, but Juiced also owns what is described as an amulet, which you can find in the game outside of Maggie's house. That is like a shark's tooth. And that very clearly has a, like a necklace attached to it. So it could be that. It could be the medallion.
Do you want some ice cream?
Yeah, I do.
Plain or cookies and cream?
Cookies and cream.
Okay.
Thanks. It's ice cream time. I feel like when I looked at the photo, I thought maybe it looked a little bit more like the medallion than the amulet. But I wouldn't say it's conclusive. Unsecretcrush asked, found whose body? Sorry, it took me so long to get to that question. I don't know what you're referring to anymore. Everyone knows Chicago was the world capital for special message encrypting pianos. They didn't sell any regular pianos after 1875. Exactly. This is the slowest drowning I've ever seen. Time has stopped while we're answering quiz questions, so we're not drowning yet. Where was Juiced killed? At his place, on the pier, at the well. So let's think about at the well. I don't think there's any evidence that Juiced ever goes to the well. Oh, interesting. So again, going back to my notes here. Oh, 1:30 a.m. murdered. That's hilarious. I actually wrote that down. Okay. So we actually hid in Juice's house at one point up until he was murdered. And he is sleeping the entire time. So he is at home in his place. Does that mean Anita is lying? It might mean Anita is lying. Huh. I don't know what to make of that. I'm going to say at his place. Like, his place definitely gets broken into shortly before he's murdered. So it makes sense. I was putting a lot of trust in that information from Anita. Who hated Juiced? Maybe it was Anita. Let's see. My notes about Juiced don't tell me that. Most people Most people thought he was a good guy, from what I could tell. Thank you for the ice cream.
I hate to bring this up when you're solving a mystery.
Sure.
Something is still wrong with the dishwasher, unfortunately.
I kind of figured that was decent odds, just based on that test run we did.
Everything is still dirty, and the detergent did not dissolve.
Okay. We've been dealing with... so we've had a little leak in the basement. What I thought was a very tiny leak. I think ever since we moved in here, probably long before we moved in here, based on like some like corrosion around the around the pipe where it was. And we just had that fixed because it seemed like it was getting worse. And at the same time, our dishwasher was no longer working effectively. And we figured, well, this makes sense if the leak has gotten worse. It's not getting enough water pressure. I'm not a dishwasher expert, but from what I can tell, it relies on water pressure to like spin the thingies around, the things that spin around and shoot the water out. So like it needs water pressure to function properly. So our hope was that once we fixed the plumbing problem, the dishwasher would be fixed, but that is not the case, sadly. We've been hand washing our dishes for a week now. I'm a little tired of it. Hopefully we can get an appliance repair person out in less than another week. Leaks tend to not get better on their own. Yeah, like it was just, it seemed very minor, and it was an easy thing to put off. Maybe Anita caused the leak. I need another quick bathroom break, so I'm going to go do that real quick. I won't be long. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about, I kind of love the way they did this quiz with the, like, my assumption based on what happened when I changed my answer is, like, you know, if we got the same questions, like, just the questions themselves would reveal too much, right? So that's really interesting how they did that. Who hated juiced? Ooh, Derek Ironbat says, I would recommend soaking the dishwasher sprayer arms in vinegar to get any mineral deposits off. That is an interesting thought. We do, like, our water does seem to leave a lot of mineral deposits behind. We're using something like Lemishine. Interesting. Maple Mystery says, I love the perseverance. It's been an incredible journey. Indeed, it has been. I should be eating ice cream while I talk. So who hated Juiced? We do have some questions here that we asked everyone about Juiced. So there's one question about Juiced Murderer. And, oh, right. Bruce hated Juiced because he's fucking racist. So that might be the correct answer. Huh. What? For the question about Juiced Murderer, Bob says, this is just the note that I wrote down, knew about Marie, question mark? What does that mean? I wish I had written down more of that. Anton thought that Bruce murdered Juiced because he was racist. There didn't seem to be a ton of evidence to support that, so I kind of brushed it off. But, you know, obviously didn't like the guy. Also related to Juiced Murderer, Anita said, and again, this is just my summary in the notes, if Marie weren't gone, ... I'm so confused by my own notes. Let's see. We have another question about Juiced death. Bruce didn't help get the body out of the water. Oh, right. Bruce said that Juiced being murdered was his destiny, which is fucked up. Yeah, I think the answer to this has to be Bruce. The target of the shots. I'm going to say Roy again. Like, I'm pausing because I'm you know, I said, you know, what if it wasn't Roy or Chris? What if someone else was there that we just never know about? It seems possible, but it seems like if that was true, we would have heard something about it at some point. Hello, Mr. Gel and Bill Coon. Mr. Gel says vinegar or a mixture of citric acid. Howdy, y'all. Howdy. Hope you're doing well. Bill Coon says, I second the vinegar. Maybe soak towels in vinegar and wrap them around the arms. Okay. Thank you all for the suggestions. Res Mason says, actually, yeah, Spacer's tenacity and watchability has kept this goddamn engine on its tracks. Thank you. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Unsecretcrush, the water isn't getting the detergent dispenser to dissolve the detergent either. I think we need a professional dishwasher person at this point. But, like, if the water's not coming out of the arms, then that would make sense that the detergent's not getting dissolved. I guess my thought is we'll call somebody tomorrow. If it's going to be another week or so to get someone out here, then it might be worth trying vinegar on our own. Could also be a problem of a leak in the water supply line or a constriction of the supply line. Yeah. A leak I had thought of. I did not investigate that thoroughly, but I'm pretty sure we would be seeing evidence if that was an issue. Constriction is something I had not considered. Specifically, I mean, like potentially another leak is what I was thinking of, as opposed to the one we fixed, which No, not impossible. Possible when the basement leak was fixed, some crud got loosened and traveled up to the dishwasher. Well, the dishwasher was already having problems before. Like it's behaving exactly the same as it did before the leak was fixed. So I don't think that's likely. Bad pump certainly seems possible. Some amount of water is getting up to the dishwasher, but isn't the supply line what the plumber fixed? Yeah, like there's more line coming up, like up on this floor. That's like underneath the dishwasher. Like, but again, I think if that was leaking, we'd see evidence of that. Thanks for the follow. I love that we have an additional mystery to discuss here. The target of the shots. I'm going to go ahead and say Roy. That still makes the most sense to me. What time were the shots fired? 10:30. Feel pretty good about that one. What? Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck. I thought sure. Like, it's possible I did better, but we're still not even above 25%. I am enjoying the They Might Be Giants jokes above. Yes, thank you. I didn't read them all out loud, but I did enjoy them. The French. Can't believe the French did this to me. After I spent so many years of my childhood learning their language. Confirm this game is gaslighting. It's wild that we can just leave now. Well, bye. Drop a save here? Okay. Well, I have a save just before coming in here. I'll do another one. Let's see. Save 3. Would have been better to save before I came down the passageway, but I never noticed the bars closing as we leave there. That's interesting. Fred all along. I'm increasingly worried that Fred might be a real person. Actually, scratch that. There's various places where there's room for names, and there's no room for more names than we found. Like this box on the side here shows you the names of all the people that are present, and we've accounted for all the slots there. There's a list of people you can ask about. Well, I guess I'm not 100% positive we found everyone in that list, but I don't know. There's not a lot of room there. The shell puzzle, I'm a pro at the shell puzzle, though. I got to practice my speedrun skills for my Maupiti Island speedrun. So that's okay. What do I do now? Play this game for 100 more hours? Oh my God. Drawn on. Would I like to learn about an additional game mechanic? I sure would. So here's where I'm at with this game. Like, I want to figure out the rest of this mystery on my own, as much as I can. So I still don't want story spoilers, but I'm definitely at this point, I'm definitely more open to like game mechanic. Like, I'm wondering if I've maybe not explored the debate stuff enough or something like that. But yes, please tell me more. Press the learn who Fred is button. That's what I've been missing. Mr. Joe, thank you so much for that subscription. I appreciate your support very much. Dronon said, whenever you ask someone a question, sometimes, and this is never indicated in any way, they may have additional answers to the same question. I'm so upset about that. I'm so upset about sometimes several additional answers. The trick is to get the extra answers out of them. I'm so upset about that. There's already so many questions to ask everyone. But I guess, like, if someone says anything particularly interesting and I'm like, please, would like to know more, then I gotta just ask the same question again. It's a murder club all over again. It sure is. Oh my God. I believe this is what we tend to call hot trash. Oh. I love so much about this game, but it's I'm trying to think of a way to sum up my thoughts. I think it's an amazing game that's also kind of terrible. Managed to do it once or twice via contradiction. This is pretty rare. You can also accomplish it through bribery, not reliable, or punching them. That makes everyone hate you. But the most reliable way is to give people something they like. And there's a way to figure that out. Okay. That makes sense. It makes so much sense. This is a supremely interesting game, but I'm not sure I'd consider it a good game or a good mystery. But once again, the Knives Out meme applies. It makes no damn sense. Compels me, though. Yeah. Like, some aspects I'm willing to forgive because it's a fairly old game, like originally 1990 for the Amiga. Certainly there were plenty of mystery games that came before that, like Murder Club. But it does so many interesting things that, like, I wish I had seen in other more recent games. Like, I've never seen some of the interesting stuff in here in any other game. And I'm generally willing to forgive more of a game's flaws if it does interesting things. Especially if they're like unique, interesting things. But there's definitely... The game doesn't give you enough guidance to figure out various things. Like, I don't mind that it's not obvious that giving people something they want is a way to get more information out of them, but like, we need something. We need something to hint at that. And there's nothing. So like, the only way I could figure that out is by asking people the same thing again after I give them something. And I'm sure some people playing this stumble across that themselves, but like there's so many different things you can ask people. And I kind of determined early on that it wasn't worthwhile to ask the same questions again. So, yeah, that's rough. So Dronon says, like, take an item, walk up to someone and start a conversation, but don't ask any question yet. Just give them something. If they say thanks, that makes me happy. Then you've identified and just lost a useful item. Right. So, so I guess I need to start a new chart of what everybody likes. And then I need to figure out how to use those things effectively on the right questions. So I need to identify the items people like and then the topics that people might have interesting information on. I will do it, but it sounds like a chore, so I'm going to ask some additional questions. Hello, Taco Adventure. So my question is, let me read your post first. Next time you want to try it, ask them a question, then give the item and see if you get more information. Right. To make a short list of questions you can ask people at this late stage in the game. I'd have to look up the items, don't have that memorized. I'll figure that stuff out, at least to some degree. But the thing I was going to ask is, so like if you give somebody an item they like, is that going to only affect the next thing you ask them? Or does that like stick? So like they're willing to give you more information like within that conversation. But hello, Taco Adventure. Great to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Playing more AI the Somnium Files. Nice. Hope you've been enjoying that. We kind of got to the end of Maupiti Island, a game I've been playing for 25 streams and maybe 120 hours or so. And then the game gave me a quiz about various things that have happened in the game to figure out if I understand them or not. And then it told me that I got 0 to 25% of the answers correct. I'm very sad now. So I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do to get the other 75% of the information. I guess 100 to 75%. Maybe I got none of the answers right for all I know. At least I have some ice cream. Has been going well. Nice. I wouldn't say we got to an end. I solved a particular series of puzzles that are a little bit disconnected from like the mystery detective aspect of the game. Like there's this pirate treasure you can find, or at least a series of pirate related puzzles you can solve. And when you get, I assume, to the end of that chain of puzzles, it gives you this pop quiz to see if you've unraveled the mystery. And I think we need to get a certain number of those answers correct in order to actually get the ending. Because I got 0 to 25% correct, it basically just kicked me back out to the game, and I can't get any further until I have more of the answers right. Which is honestly, like, I thought we would get a bad ending, not no ending at all. This is the final boss, indeed. Okay. Dronan said, sometimes I've gotten a second answer out of folks, but I haven't been able to predict it with certainty. Okay. So Okay. So this is going to be some work, but I am willing to do it. I mean, we've come this far. I have to keep going, right? I'm definitely more open to assistance at this point, but I would, again, I would like to try to piece together what's happening on my own, just to be clear. Okay, so, excuse me. We need a list of names. Let's see, where's my portraits? There's Anita. Where's the rest? Oh no, I'm missing my other portraits. There they are. Okay. So that's everybody. Early in the game, there's certain situations in the game where you just presented a portrait of someone while you're talking to them. So in order to identify everyone, I had to draw all their portraits with their names underneath until I learned what everyone looks like, because it's the only way to do this. And it was fun. So we've got Anton, Sue, Bob, Juiced, Bruce, Maggie, Roy, Chris, and Anita. Split that up kind of weird, but that's fine. And this is going to be a list of things people like. So, some things I've already uncovered. Like, I'm pretty sure Juiced likes his amulet, which was stolen from him. What are some other things? Maggie might want her bra back that was maybe stolen by Bruce. I'll put a question mark after that. Actually, I have a list of all the items we found. So I can look over that. Fauna can tell you 3 items that have a cussable... Apparently I can't talk anymore. 3 items that have a couple of possible takers. Yeah, sure. Like, I definitely don't want like a full list of this, but like to some degree I don't mind a little help with this because it's going to be a kind of tedious process. She might want it back, but she also might not like you handing it to her. Well, I mean, that's kind of all we can do, right? I mean, we could just drop it in a room, but I don't know that that will help us in any way. Your newspaper and in Marie's room, the brooch and the bracelet. Interesting. Okay. I need to go wash my hands. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. A couple of possible takers. Okay. So I'm just going to write in the corner here, my newspaper, brooch, bracelet. I assume the bracelet belongs to Anita, so she'd probably appreciate that. I'm going to write that with a question mark. Newspaper. Who would enjoy my newspaper, I wonder? The brooch belongs to Marie. So I'm very curious who would appreciate having that. Didn't know about this mechanic at all until I started delving into the French guide and tried to figure out what it was saying. Oh, gosh. That's wild. So I'm just kind of trying to think about my plan here. Like, there's lots of potentially interesting things, like these doubloons might interest someone. It's worth a shot. I'm just thinking, I guess I need to keep track of what people don't like as well. Just so I know what I've tried already. Makes sense. And now I'm wondering, like, is it possible there's like items that seem uninteresting that someone might want? Like, would anyone care about a seashell, for example? I wouldn't think so, but I guess I feel like I shouldn't make any assumptions about this game at this point. Maybe give a bullet to Roy. We know he likes murder, allegedly. Oh, gosh. It's interesting that like, I do kind of love that there's obvious way. I would appreciate this whole mechanic a lot more if it was ever made obvious that you could ask people the same thing multiple times and get more information. Like, I think that's the thing that frustrates me about this. I love that there's like multiple ways to do that, like bribe them, give them a thing they like, use violence. Like, that is really interesting. And like, you know, they each have like pros and cons to some degree. I like that giving them something they like is like the best way to get them to help you. Like that, like it all makes a lot of sense and is interesting game mechanic wise, but like it's clearly very easy to just not realize this is going on in this game at all. And that's kind of a bummer. If they say thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it, then they don't actually want the item. They're just trying to scam you into giving them more free stuff. Got it. That is good to know. Sally would like a seashell. She would sell it by the seashore. Gosh, we haven't even met Sally. Let's see. So I don't think there's anything on North Beach that seems super interesting. Let's see. Pond. I'm just looking at my list of locations and items I've found there. Haven't found anything at the pond. Pier. The key, of course. In front of Maggie's, the amulet. Let's go there. She in cahoots with Fred? Might be. So on the ground here, we have this amulet that belongs to Juiced. Thank you for the egret. And presto. See, there's a coin here. I'm guessing no one's going to care about a small denomination coin. Rooms. God, I still haven't found anything in Lucy's room other than that cigarette butt of Chris's. Also, what happens if I steal Chris's cigarettes and then give them to him? Would he appreciate that, or would he know I stole them from him? Let's see. So, people are going to be asleep right now. So I don't want to go in anyone's room. Let's maybe wait. No. There's a ring in Sue's room. I can't remember what people said about it, but I think it's like Sue's ring, and when you give it to her, she's like, "Oh, thank you. I was looking for that." And like, I discovered that a long time ago, and I was like, that's interesting. Like, what is the point of this? And then I never thought about it further. Which I suppose was my mistake. One positive thing about this game I can think of to say is that, like, I don't think there's a lot in here that doesn't have a reason for being in here. So, like, if I notice something interesting, I should have kept that in mind and tried to figure it out more. Sue. Where's Sue? It's the wrong day. She's sleeping until 7. Okay. So let's wait. 6 now. Wait another hour. And then... Well, she might still be in her room, but I guess we'll find out. G's body has been found. Like how this has gone from how do we find this pirate treasure to let's be dicks to these NPCs really fast. I mean, that's this game for you, apparently. Yeah, she's still here.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Well, it's morning. Get up and go on about your day, please. I've got social manipulation to do. Let's poke around in Marie's room. Oh, right. We can get that bracelet. So we'll just do a quick search of everything here. I don't think there's anything else in the tank that's of interest. We'll go ahead and open up all these drawers. All right, the brooch. That's right there. And presto. I'm going to focus right now on things that seem like they would be valuable to someone. So, like, for example, I know Marie's pajamas are under the pillow. They're full of cigarette holes. I can't imagine anyone would be interested in them, so I'm just going to assume that no one would be. If we get to a point where it seems like maybe there are more interesting items to be found, then we can be more thorough. Writing paper, a lamp, a mask. I don't know if that would be interesting to anyone. I'm going to skip it for now. Bracelet, we definitely want that. You have your hands full. dare you, game? 6 inventory slots. I'm going to ditch these keys in this top drawer. Hopefully I'll remember this. I'll make a note. Keys in Marie's top drawer. Okay. Hopefully I'll remember that I've written that note. Okay. Good night, 6-7. Thank you for hanging out. And I appreciate your encouragement. Honestly, like, I thought this might be the night. Oh gosh, yeah, it's almost 1:30. This is definitely not going to be the night that we finish this game. Next week? Maybe. Oh, maybe. We'll see. I'm really curious how this process is going to go, like how tedious it's going to feel. Okay, what else do we have here? I think there's a money clip under the boards and a scent. I don't think that's of interest. Search this drawer. A lighter. Lucky Strikes. People like cigarettes. Who's a smoker? Chris is a smoker, but he likes he's not a Lucky Strike guy. He likes his dark tobacco. 26 stream means half a year. I started this in late November, I think. So, yep. It's the 50s, so everyone's a smoker. That is a good point. All right. So we got a few things to try here. Let's see. We've got room for one more item. When is anybody going to be awake? Okay, so at 8, Anita's at the pond. Like, everyone gets woken up at 7. But I guess it takes everyone a little bit to go anywhere. A bunch of people should be at the saloon around 8:30 because that's breakfast time. No one's here right now. Ah, here we go. Okay. So what do I have? The brooch. Let's try giving Maggie the brooch. I'm not going to worry about saving. This is just going to be a research run. Like, if we find someone that likes an item, then we won't have that item anymore for further experimentation, but that's okay.
You need me for something, love. Thanks, that makes me happy.
There we go. So, like, yeah, I guess there's potentially room for another name down here. Fred. Occasionally, the give interface will glitch, like an item will be missing or it will show you you have two of something. Yeah, I've noticed that before. It'll be fine when you leave the give interface. Thank you for the reminder. So, like, I assume that asking questions now is not necessarily going to be very beneficial.
She went exactly where she felt like.
But I guess I'll try it experimentally.
She went exactly where she felt like. The Vargas brothers left their mark on the island's history.
Like, that seems like something she might know more about.
The Vargas brothers left their mark on the island's history.
And, like, it's extra annoying that, like, when I do that a second time, I can't skip it at all. So, like, yeah, I feel...
There's a cave under my bedroom. Unfortunately, I've lost the key to the trapdoor.
I guess she's told us that before. It's kind of surprising that she would admit to that, though.
There's a cave under my bedroom. Unfortunately, I've lost the key to the trapdoor.
Okay. Let's try somebody else. I guess... I'm going to put a check mark next to something they like, just to make it extra clear. I meant to try other items.
Again.
Only works when you give them the item after asking a question. Okay.
The island was a pirate's lair. They left some traces here and there.
So that's a no.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
And that's a no. Oh, I should be writing these down. Doubloons. X for amulet. Lucky strikes.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Sue. Oh, if Sue's in here, I want to go in her room. Because I'm pretty sure she'll be happy to have that ring back. It's in the pocket. I wonder if... Like, it's just a safety pin, but... I always thought it was odd that there's this safety pin we can find here. Clasp. So let's try to give that to Anita when we see her. Hopefully Sue's still here. Good.
Are you coming here? Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
Bracelet. That
Thanks,
belonged...
that makes me happy.
Oh, so she was happy to get that. I'm pretty sure that's Anita's bracelet, but that's good to know. Clasp.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
all we have left is the balloons.
I'm listening.
Unless it's glitching. Oh, what? I have the bracelet still? That's weird.
What do you want?
I'm confused by that. Like she said thanks.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it. I'm listening.
Don't have anything else. Okay. Is there a single nice person on this island? It's a good question. I don't know that we have enough information. Most people think Juiced is a good guy. Let's see. Is there anything else we could get? Like in Maggie's room? Let's see, what's in Maggie's room? Glasses. Mirror. Clasp. I would think that stealing something from somebody's room and giving it back to them is not gonna work out well. Could be wrong, but I'm not inclined to spend a lot of time trying it. No, Rez, you're thinking of Bruce, not Juiced. Yeah. Bruce is someone that has been accused of murdering Juiced. Bruce is the one that's racist, right? Juiced is a handyman. He's the first guy that gets murdered. He's described as the last of the Maupitis. So, like from what we put together, the what's happened in the past, like a bunch of pirates came to the island, and basically brought new diseases with them that wiped out a lot of the native people. Let's see. Is that bullet of interest to anyone? Oh, I already took that and put it somewhere. Okay. God, we still haven't figured out anything to do in the hold of, well, either ship. But like this room, what is this room for? It's wild to me that I can like do stuff here and I still have no idea like if this room serves any purpose. I feel like it has to serve a purpose at some point. But who knows? So I'll grab the newspaper out of my room since we know some people are interested in that for some reason. I guess it is the most recent newspaper, maybe? Suppose that kind of makes sense. I think it's in here. Verdant Tree says, Deus Ex Machina, $100 on it being the key to the murder, and it makes no sense as to how or why. Yeah, this is certainly something I've considered. Pills, newspaper, that's all. Okay. Let's see what I've stashed in these other. Revolver. Cards. We'll take the cards. The pirates. I'm going to skip that. A bullet. this side, we have some money. A letter from our friend. Binoculars that we stashed there. Wait, another letter? Oh, right, I hid the third letter from the lady in black. Handkerchief. Might be of interest to someone. Furniture says, also, hi, I'm back from my trip to the post office and the shops. I'm going to attempt to make orange chicken, which isn't really a thing here in Australia, but Adam Ragusia put out a video on it and it looks good. Definitely a fan of orange chicken. We used to have that pretty often, but then we determined that we would get a packet to make the sauce with. And we determined that there was some ingredient in there that had lactose, I think. So we stopped having it. Discovered orange beef recently. I think Unsecretcrush used to make that occasionally as well. Oh, Dronin said, actually, while we're here, we can discuss some stuff. Oh, wait, not here. I'm thinking of something else. Not a priority. I'm sorry. Okay, interesting. Used to get an orange beef stir-fry seasoning packet, but made it with chicken. Oh, okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Got it. I feel like we had it with beef sometimes, though. We do a thing called honey chicken here in Australia at Chinese Takeaway, which as far as I can tell is very similar, but honey instead of orange. Yeah, I've had that at places here. I would assume the stuff I've had is pretty similar. And I would say it is kind of similar to orange chicken, just a little bit of a different flavor to it. Okay, so we've got, let's see if Roy wants this bullet. I know that was a joke suggestion, but I'm going to try it. I'm guessing the orange chicken Verdant Tree is making is the crispy kind coated in sauce. Okay. It does sound good. God, getting hungry now. Okay, let's see what he thinks about newspaper.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
Fan of the papers. Okay, what else we got? Oh no. Let's back out. I worry
you don't have anything else while we're at
I'm
it.
a little worried that when it gets glitched, like the item I'm picking is not what I'm actually presenting. Let's see. Yeah. I feel like that's a valid concern. Yes, but also no. The recipe gets the crisp from frying up the chicken thigh on lots of
Always
corn
under
flour
my feet.
instead of coating it in batter. And no deep frying. All in a pan. Got it. Okay, bullet.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
I'm actually gonna, the good ones I'm also gonna highlight just to make it easier to spot in my notes. How into movement are you in Spacer? Not very. Yeah, aware of movement, but I haven't read much of it. Same. Handkerchief.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
It's a no on the hanky. And now I'm already out of items? Or wait, do I lose those? Yeah, I think I do. If they say thanks, it's gone. Yeah, I have nothing now. Okay. So we learned we've got one item for 3 different people. I guess let's go around and loot everybody's cabin and see where that gets us. We'll give it a shot. Is there anything else we can... Oh, right, the bra's in here. We already got the handkerchief. Glasses? I bet somebody would enjoy the glasses. Continue. Somebody might like a sextant or a compass, right? You never know. Opium pipe? Sure. Revolver? I'll try it once. Lamp? That's boring. There's lamps all over the place. Writing paper? Who needs it? Lucky strikes. Yeah, we struck out on the lucky strikes, but we'll try to get... Oh, we're out of room. Okay. I asked because the Moomin game is currently on sale on Steam and it's supposed to be very good. Oh, interesting. Apparently it's all about becoming an eco-warrior and stopping the cops from screwing up the environment, but also a cute puzzle game. That sounds pretty good. Okay, we got Anton here. We can try out some stuff on Anton. Someone might like that transmitter. Yeah, that's a good point. Sure.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
So Anton is into Maggie's bra. Good to know. Oh no, we gotta exit out.
I'm listening.
Gotta reset the menu.
You again.
Yeah. It's me again, unfortunately. That's the wrong thing.
I'm listening.
Glasses.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
So, like, my thought on this process is... obviously I'm committed to this game at this point. I'm going to do my best. I don't think I want to spend more than a stream doing all this. I don't know what that means if I feel like at the end of next week we still haven't made enough progress. It could mean I'm more willing to accept hints. It could mean maybe I do some of this tedious stuff off stream. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But definitely next week we'll do more of this. And like, it's going to be tedious at first, but like once we start getting into, getting information out of people, eventually we're going to start learning new things. So hopefully it'll get interesting eventually. Glasses.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while
already.
we're at it.
Shoot. Was that actually something else that I gave him?
You again.
It's me. Not going anywhere. Compass.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
Honestly, I think like each time they take something, I think I need to back out and go back in.
Always under my feet.
Ferdinand says, honestly, this game might be the most obtuse games, if not pieces of media I've ever witnessed. 25 parts in, over 100 hours, and I genuinely still have zero idea what is happening. Yeah. It's a lot.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
Honestly, like... I'm going to do a poll. Let's do a poll. So I'm trying to decide whether I should do some of this, figuring out what items people like off stream. I won't ask questions off stream. I'll just show people items and figure out what they like. So like, it's never gonna, like, the most interesting thing you'll miss is learning that Anton enjoys being given a bra. Like, it's not going to be anything exciting anyone will miss, but I am going to make a poll, so y'all can decide whether I do this off stream or just do it next week on stream. Oh, there's that gunshot. Should I find out what people like off stream? Yes, no, do it on stream. We'll give this 10 minutes. Get your votes in. Can we make that gunshot a sound alert? No. I refuse. It would be funny, though. I feel like if someone handed me an opium pipe, I wouldn't just say thanks. What else you got on you? Well, you're not Anton, I guess. Oh no, Dysvor. I hope you'll be okay. Let's see. Where else can we go now? Maggie's? Okay, nobody's there yet. Let's go to South Beach. Roy and Chris are here. So, the fact that we're asked who gets shot at here really makes me think I'm missing something. It just seems like too simple of a question. I don't know. What do we have? Oh, a revolver is all we have. I guess we need to find more items. Let's see if Chris wants a gun. Like, Chris and Roy are the two people present.
What for?
Chris says they're shooting at Roy. Roy says they're shooting at Chris. But I forget exactly what came up, but it seemed like Roy was lying. And at one point we kind of called him out on that. And I don't remember exactly what was said, but it convinced me that Roy was lying and that Chris was telling the truth, that someone was trying to shoot at Roy. So I felt pretty confident about that, but like at this point I'm doubting everything I was confident about. Yeah, maybe they're shooting at someone else. Like, that's what I was saying when the question came up in the quiz. Like, it's possible, you know. I don't know why they would both lie about that, but also maybe they don't know, or maybe one of them doesn't know and the other one is lying about it for some reason. It seems possible. And I also wonder if it's possible it's not a coincidence that this is the location where the second body turns up. Like, that happens much later. It makes me wonder. Let's see. Give revolver.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
That's a no. All right, let's go grab some more stuff. I'm curious how this... Okay, everybody wants me to do it off stream. Okay. We will wait for the poll to finish, but it seems unanimous. And I definitely agree, like, this isn't that interesting. It's not interesting enough. And like, even if I do this off stream, we've still got so much other stuff to do on stream. And like, that stuff at least has the potential to get us something interesting. Back to the pier. So we looked in Bruce's room. Let's do... It's Roy. This is Chris. I think that's right. Mostly here for you more than anything. So this is happening... Anything that is happening in the game, to be honest. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I am glad you enjoy this stream. Let's look at this photo again. Look at, not read. Okay, yeah, so we can see some hair. But there's not really any way to know if that matches the wig at all. When we were going through the quiz, and the second time, and I picked the answers assuming that Marie is the lady in black. I felt so good about that, and the fact that we were getting different questions made me think I was on the right track that time. But then the fact that my percentage didn't change, I really don't know. It almost makes me wonder if, like, if it's possible there's like a bunch of different sets of questions based on like, I feel like based on the early questions you can kind of get an idea of like what the player thinks of the events, like how they're piecing things together in their head. So then you could ask them additional questions that like fit with that conception of things. And I don't know if that's what they're doing, or if it's just like there's two separate sets depending on whether or not you're on the right track. Or maybe it's just random even. Who knows? Applying Phoenix Wright logic here. But you see he's holding the gun with both hands, but the fingerprints on the gun are only on the left hand, which means he was never holding the gun at all. Mainly here for cool potato. I think that's reasonable. What about accessories? What about accessories? Are we talking about the photo? I'm trying to figure out if there's something to see here in this photo that, like, they're wearing gloves, they got a hat on, they got a long black coat with the, like, belt, coat with a belt, some patches on the shoulder, boots. Indeed there is. Alright, I'm gonna look at it again. Am I missing something? Obviously holding a gun. I feel like there's pixels here that suggest an earring, but I could be wrong. What is this, I wonder? Some kind of pin? Brooch, perhaps? Arm patches stand out? Like, there's lots of interesting details here, but like, I'm trying to find something that has come up elsewhere in the game. And I can't really think of anything. Like, I don't think we've ever found gloves, for example. Or a hat. No, I guess there is a hat in our room. that hat look like? Huh. Why do we have that hat? Wait, there's a piece of glass in there? Why is there a piece of glass in there? Is that always there? Was that an accident? I feel like that's always there, but it seems weird, right? Let's see. This is Chris's room. Yeah, glass. Strange. Glass shows up later. I have no idea why. Oh, okay. Okay, poll results are in. 7 people said yes, do it off stream. Absolutely no one said I should do this on stream. Thank you for all your feedback. I appreciate it. Good night, Res Mason. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a good evening. Okay, Razor. I'm just going to do a tiny bit more of this and then we'll call it a night. It is 2 o'clock already. I am going to take these cigarettes if I have room and the transmitter. Okay, lighter. I'll skip. Okay. Oh, only have 2 things? Okay, we'll grab some more. We'll steal some stuff from Roy. Roy, stay out here. I'm going to go loot your room. Okay, what do we got here? I can't remember what's in his hiding spot here, so we'll open that up. Let's see, we have this hiding spot. I think that's empty at this point. Let's see, he's got the chess book there. Guess I'll take that. We can steal his diamond. I bet someone would enjoy that. Don't think you expected tonight to go this way, but congrats on making it. Honestly, like, I'm very satisfied that I got through the pirate puzzle. Like, I figured that all out. That was what I was hoping to accomplish. I foolishly thought that might get me an ending to the game, even if it was not necessarily the best possible ending. Because, like, you know, I knew I still didn't fully understand the mysteries here. But I'm happy to have worked all that out. Sextant. Compass. Truncheon. Peroxide. Fishing line. That's it. Scent. Oh, right. This is after Roy loses his diamond, so he's taken the other one out of the drawer and is wearing that one now. Oh, and that's the decoded note. Okay. Okay. I think that's about all there is in here. Bummer. Let's see. Could do Bob and Anton's rooms. I can't think if there's anything of interest in either of those. Let's see. I'll just check my notes real quick. Bob's Cabin, revolver. Oh, mask. Brisbane's log, sextant compass. And then Anton's room, we have razor, knife, chloroform, cards. Oh, what happened to those cards I had? I might have lost the cards to the weird item glitch. There's some more cards. $3. That's all. Okay. That's enough. We'll try out those and then call it a night. Roy. Yeah, we'll try Roy. It's fine.
Yes.
I'm gonna save. I really want to see what happens if I give Chris his own cigarettes. Let's see if he likes a transmitter.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
Let's go find someone else. Maggie's? No. Maybe inside? No. Oh, Sue's here.
Are you coming, dear?
Chess book. Yeah, we'll try that. Okay.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
I'm probably going to end up spending several hours doing this off stream. This is going to take a long time to, like, if I really want to get a good list going. Like, I definitely want to try giving all of the most interesting items to everyone. It'd be nice to have, like, for each person, 2 or 3 items that I know they like. And that's going to take a lot of time to sort all that out. Let's see. I guess I can consult my list to find out where people are. I'd like to find Chris to give him his cigarettes.
Let's do it.
Culinary, thank you for the let's do it. Chris. Where's Chris? Time is it? 1? 1 p.m. Chris is at Juiced, but that's, oh, he's right here. That's funny.
What for? Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
So he'll take him, but doesn't get me anything. What else do I have? Cards. Now let's try the cards on Chris. Out of curiosity, has this game ever been data mined, or is it mostly still a mystery? So
Always
Dronon,
under my feet.
did spend some time using some sort of tool that could read the game's memory, if I recall correctly, just to better understand the point system. Like there's certain actions in the game like count as important clues that it keeps track of. Other than that, Dronon could probably better answer that. I don't know what all has been done. I do know that like Dronon has also said that no one has ever gotten like 100% of clues. So like there's still mysteries to be discovered. If you're a real Maupiti Island diehard, I guess, but
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
I would assume that like, you know, you don't need 100% to get a pretty satisfying ending. So, you know, I would imagine there's not a ton of incentive to get the 100%. Maybe it's not even possible. Who knows? The most we've gotten is 69, which honestly, I'm pretty happy to have gotten that far. I'm really curious, like, what is the best percentage I'll end up getting. We did a little bit more in the early part of the game tonight, but then towards the end, we kind of stopped worrying about collecting all the clues we're aware of. Jordan says, I use Cheat Engine to track some game values, but we don't have the source code to see all the dialogues and details. The French fans brute force most of the info, but there are gaps. But that's it for tonight. Even though I didn't finish the game, that was still a pretty great stream. I enjoyed it. I'm a little bummed about what it's going to take to get to the end of this game. But hopefully, if I do some homework off stream, we'll be able to uncover some interesting stuff on stream. Like once we start, getting new information out of people and really piecing things together, I think it'll be pretty interesting. Thank you all. Appreciate y'all being here. Cool potato to you as well. Tuigia, glad you're still hanging out. I never gave you a shout out. I hope your battles with the pizza monster have gone well. Also, I popped in your stream the other day, and there was a very good drawing of the pizza monster. Did you draw that? It was very good. Frankly, it was better than the in-game art. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to find someone to raid here. Schedule this week is going to be back to normal. So Friday, I will be doing work on my game, Transfer Point. At this point, we're working on the cover art. Let's see. I'll show my sketches real quick. Let's see. This is our most recent drawing of the cover art. It's pretty rough, but we're just kind of figuring out specifics of the composition and stuff. So I'll be continuing that process. I've started to look into painting and narrowing down options. I think I'll probably give a shot at acrylics. It seems like for someone that doesn't have a lot of experience painting, the two best options are either acrylics or oils. Apparently, oils are pretty easy to work with. It's just that there's a lot of complicated things about them. And I don't think I really want to deal with those complicated things. So I think acrylics are going to be the way to go for me. And I think with some patience, I can probably get a result I'm happy with. But we won't get to that this week. Maybe next week we'll do some painting, possibly. We'll see. We'll continue to sketch and stuff like that. Love acrylic, very workable. Nice. Okay, so let me find someone to raid. And of course, next week we'll be back for more Maupiti Island until the end of time. I will make sure to do some homework off stream so we can have a head start on things. Let's see, who can we say hello to? We haven't raided Galara Dragon in a while, but she's still playing Return to Monkey Island, and I'm afraid of spoilers. I think I already know a little bit too much about that game, but I've managed to mostly avoid spoilers. I'm just popping in some channels here to see what everybody's up to. Let's Choices, choices. What is this? All right, this looks interesting. James Necco is playing something called Weird. Truth is stranger than fiction. And that looks interesting. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm intrigued. So that seems like the place to go. Thank you all again for hanging out. I appreciate you all very much. Let's see. Here's some raid messages if you would like to join the robot parade. Hope y'all have a good rest of your week, and I'll see you around. Take care.